Wow. Hello. Welcome one, welcome all. Today is the day we achieve our goal. Playing with Prismatiscape and the Charlie Ball. So let's buckle down and give it our all. All right. We're in. We're in. I'm in. There we go. Jed, first. Trying to act cool while actually being first for once. True. True. Look at this. Look at the Prismatiscape test level. What have I done? I've just like stacked it all, just like stacked examples on top of each other. There's like the, here's the actual level. Then I put some things in the level. And then on top of that, I put in another. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Headsman, how's it going? Also, Mr. Pie Needle. Or Pine Edel. Cool name. Yo, Sov, how's it going? Welcome. How's life? Also, no. Yee. Bigums, how's it going? Question time, I want to make a simple Curse in a Wave Ocean shader. Where'd you find the appropriate information on the topic? Ben Cloward has a video explaining it. Kind of like, you know, the basics of it. I'll be making a video at some point. Hashtag some point. One day. But, you know. You know how I am with promising to do things. Oh, that needs to be. Okay, let's just let's just put you over there. Alrighty, let's begin. Let's begin. Alright, where the hell do we want to start with this absolute bullshit? Okay, so first thing we need to do. I recently... I think I've implemented the Gersner waves in Niagara. I don't know if it's receiving all the data or not. Because the Ocean Manager is like its own fucking thing. I wonder if it... Is this on construction? It is. Dynamic MPC. Let me just go... Oh no, but we don't have the... We don't have... Oops. The... Prismatiscape Manager. Oh, I guess we only need to do it on Begin Play, though. Yeah. So, on Begin Play... Update Ocean Wave Static Data MPC. Which is our... wavelengths. That goes through and sets the MPCs, which will also update the NPCs. These are allowed to distortions. Yeah. And then the dynamic ones, the ones that can... I don't know if... Technically, the wavelength could change at runtime. I don't know, it might be worth doing, because, like... Let's say I only ever want 8 waves running, or, like, calculating, which is 16 if you include the shorelines. What I could do is, like, you know, have these, like, giga big waves. And, you know, the smaller waves and whatever kind of get layered on it. They all add up and whatever. What I'm thinking is you could phase out the biggest wave, turn it down to 0, like amplitude. Then you could change the speed of it and the wavelength, because the speed is determined by the wavelength, which means that the you know, like the speed... The fuck am I trying to say? You know when you adjust the speed of a shader or something that's using time in its calculation, and it does that backtracking, where it, like, turns back in time, or it, like, cuts or whatever? We could phase the big one down to 0, then change its wavelength, and then fade it back in. And you could do that on, like, a running cycle. Yeah, that's all I can... I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth... It's not worth doing right now. But that's just something that I'm, like, thinking. So the dynamic ones are the amplitudes and the blah, blah, blah. They get set on the MPC as well. Although it also gets set in here, Niagara system. So I'll likely need to go begin play, get Prismatiscape Manager. Maybe after a delay or something, you know. Just chuck in a little safety delay. You know I love a little delayer. Do we need to... Well, we need to cast to the Prismatiscape BP version, because that's defined in C++, and then... Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure the Niagara... what's it called? No, maybe it's only in the BP... Yeah, no, it is. Get simulation? What? Hey, fuck off. No, piss off. Main sim grids. Niagara. Okay, that's it. No, don't. Oh. No. Let's set this bad boy. And then we go through and update all the shit. Only if that succeeds. Which then in here, is there any Niagara system, ocean time distortion? Right, so I am just setting them directly in here. Just because it's easier, I guess. Ocean time distortion, update ocean, these ones. So that needs this guy and that guy. Because these used to be attached to here. To the ocean manager. I'm pretty sure I was also doing one set float value ocean deep steepness. And I don't think I'd implemented the shore. You know what? I'll fucking do it anyway. But again, I could just read from an NPC, but I can't be bothered. When you push water out of the ocean to the landscape around, is a shader based on the floor shader, or you spawn mesh decal on top? It's a shader effect, yeah. Is that okay? That did succeed. Very good. Oh, set micro variable float. Right, because the tick starts before that. So let's just do, you know what, I'll do it not fucked up. So you do not tick until set actor tick enable, bam bam. And you're gonna start ticking off. Why am I ticking this? I'm not even changing it. You know what? Just fuck off. Don't even, yeah. Just whatever. Who cares? Let's just get it working. We get it working first, then we get it good. Yeah, so what's happening over here, for example, this is all just a shader. Or like just, you know, a part of the shader. Which might seem overkill, because it's going to be on essentially every landscape / prop. But it also gets used for when it's raining. And when there are puddles around. And then I guess you could maybe turn it off in deserts. Can I, like... Where's the directional light? And where's the skylight? Yeah, it's good enough. Implement Fourier transform ocean. I don't think that would work for my specific game. Because in my game, the wind all tends to blow towards the center of the planet. Or the plane. It's like a big disk Earth. Which means that the waves tend to go, you know, waves usually blow in the direction of the wind. That's kind of how they build up over time. And with an FFT ocean, FFT is like an omnidirectional wave type. Or at least it's, I mean, it's omnidirectional, or it's like a tiling. You know, you like calculate it on a render target, and then it tiles. Which wouldn't work for my game, because my waves need to, like, curve. If that makes sense. But I might do an implementation of it for the plugin, or maybe someone else will, and hand it back to me. But I don't think I will be doing it myself. So loud. So yeah, Headsman, the way that it's working, sorry, let me go to the render targets. We go here. You can see that wherever it's black is where we have water. freaking character controller. So I'm in the water. I'm like, you know, pushing water around and stuff. And then this is the shoreline up here. Why? Oh my god, I need to... Okay, you know what? I'm getting so sick of that bug. How do I... What's like a less fucked up way to do the character movement? It's actually so fucked up. This is how I'm doing it. Pressed and released. W, A, S, and D. But sometimes I don't think it's like releasing it properly, you know? Is there like an is pressed? I don't know. It just shits me off. So hard to like run around when it's always fucking itself. Key is down. Let me maybe move to that. Key is down. Use enhanced input with modify. Not for the plugin test level. I no. Fuck that. Yeah, the problem is when the released gets... Release gets released while I'm outside of the... Like, you know... Like if I hold D and then click over here and then click back. Okay, well now it's fine. It might be when I do multiple keys at once. Why not? I just can't. It's out of scope, you could say. All right, let's rock today. Okay, Niagara Drawer system thing. I have the Prismatiscape Gerstner waves. Direction 0, world position X, Y. So this... I kind of want the waves to be... Let's go input location. Oh, the fizz made me yeah. No, I mean you guys are going to be getting that for free when I'm done with it. All right, I might make this double the size because this is going to get used to do particles for like the waves crashing on shit, and it also might double up as a buoyancy calculator. Resolution. It's very low res though, so I don't know, maybe per... Oh yeah, whatever. So then we've got the water height. Alright, Gerstner waves, world position X, Y. So then let's go... Well, the wave grid is wave data grid. height RVT value. Well, that would be in all the places. So this is the thing. We get the world height. We also need the water data. Although I don't know. Am I going to be doing another RVT? Also write the waves to the render target so the ground gets wet and drains back. Yeah, exactly. As well as the wave velocity, so that it will actually. So basically, whenever the waves clip through the landscape, like this, then they will draw to the simulated water, or they'll kind of push the simulated water like this. And the simulated water will also bounce back. So if this smashes against this, it should be leaving. It should be well, here it would go up and then drain back. I also need to. There's a few issues. Not issues, but one thing is that because it's a top-down projected thing, the velocity, so you can kind of say that water that's moving down this slope is going to be it's going to be going really fast, right? It's going to be swooshing down. But from a top-down perspective, it's kind of moving at a normal speed. It's stretched over, So it's I kind of have to clamp the normals past a certain point, because at that point it just goes too fast. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes any fucking sense. But yeah, the waves render target. Waves into the render target for the wetness and the drainage and stuff. But also, we can get the distance fields at the height of the water waves and do a dot product with the velocity of the waves. And yeah, do some cool shit, like spawn particles and whatnot. So if these crash against, a thing, then they will. Am I still in game? I am. Then yeah, they'll actually crash against it and whatnot, and explode in a big foamy doodad. There was one other. Right, I wanted to put a bit of pizzazz in here. Any pizzazz? I guess I could get this and zhuzh that down. But yeah, I'm hoping this looks good once it's all said and done. But I'm really not sure. 50 euros kind of cool, procedural, right? It's just very hackily thrown together. It's just a, like, vertex painted, yeah, like... I guess, yeah, semi-procedural, I guess. But I'm mainly just... I made it so... The height data can be thingoed. Actually, you know what? Let me turn the rain on as well. Where's our... Manage water flow. Hello. Mathematics. I did a different thing. This should be this guy, and you should be up here. So this will, like, draw random pixels to the water flow. So if I actually look at the render target. Okay, well, yeah, it should be drawing random pixels, yeah. Kind of like rain falling. Oh god, that's really shiny. I guess the sun is, yeah, right behind us. But yeah, the water flow obeys the actual height map. Like the height data, so like object height. But then it can also hook into the textures as well. So this is a flat plane. How do I, what's the fucking button? It's a flat plane like this. Okay, that just kills my bit rate. Flat plane, but the material is sending through its height texture into the RVT for the world height, interaction height. And then the water uses that as well to flow down. So you can see, I don't know, somewhere. You can see it like, you know, skirting around the texture rocks. These are just all texture. Which, being a top-down game, is, you know, they look more 3D than they really are. But yeah. So again, this is just 2D water. There's no actual water happening. The water is literally a lie. But yeah, I think it looks kind of dope at the moment. And you know what else I wanted to do, right? You reminded me earlier today, Jed, with the sand footprints, the footprint buffer. I was thinking a few things, right? I was thinking I might move the footprints to just be RGBA and not do the normals in the footprints, and instead use like DDX, DDY, and then use, like, in the material, use like height data, like a height lerp, to kind of noise it up a bit, and then do DDX, DDY normals from that. Like, from the result. But then the idea would be... Sorry, let me snooze this ad. If you did footprints in the sand, and then the water comes, the water will wash away the footprints. How cool is that? Not like a decal system. It's like a render target system. So you know, in like Red Dead Redemption 2, they do a bunch of, you know, like how the snow deforms when they're like trudging through the snow, or like the muddy riverbanks and stuff. All of that's done with render targets, which are just like textures that are generated on the fly, or compute shaders. So like at the moment, I'm, you know, using this to do... That looks gruesome. This is the water that you see here. You can actually see it. Yeah, like this. And then as I move around... this is another thing that I need to work out. Because, like, it's raining right now. If I move over here... I need it to be as though it's already been raining over here. Because it takes a little while for the water flow to warm up, if that makes sense. I could try doing a... Maybe I could try doing... Like how terrain shaping in Blender works. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of how, like, an erosion simulation would work. But we're not using it to simulate erosion. We're just using it so that water flows, you know. When it's raining, the water flows down channels and whatnot. You can imagine, like, a medieval town. Medieval town with, like, a, you know, muddy dirt path going down a hill, and it's like raining, and all of the water smooshes down the hill, and you're leaving big, like, muddy footprints. And then the water. This is another thing. Another reason that I have it all in the one big ass interlinked simulation. Interlinked. We can then use the footprint data, you know, to, like, the water can channel into the footprint stuff. Like, we just add the footprints as an offset to the... where the fuck is it? Water surface. Or the water landscape surface, I guess. So yeah, a lot of really cool stuff that we can do. Let's go to the terraforming. Yeah, probably. I still need to play No Land Sky. You have two simulations going on, one for far away and one showing us the far one. Super low res stores data for the high res one to read. I've tried doing that before. Because that's one thing that, like, the one or a downside of this system is, like, you know, if I've left footprints and, like, mud trails here, as soon as I go 20 meters away, they start to fade out, and then I go back and they've disappeared. So yeah, I toyed around with the idea of doing, like, yeah, a bigger one that's lower resolution. The hard part is doing a like a handoff between them, because you need the low-res one to write off to the high-res one, but then you also need the high-res one to write on to the low-res one. Although it might be easier. I'm going to snooze this ad as well. So currently I'm updating the position every frame. But I was thinking big optimization I could do. And I'm also, at the moment, it's pretty unoptimal. I'm also resampling, you know, the RVT and all of the height data and all that kind of stuff every frame as well. What I was thinking is that I might do it so that, like, it only updates the position every... I don't know how many pixels. What's this? 512 by 512. Could do, like, divided by 16. Every 32 pixels? Maybe every 8. Put it into chunks of 8. Every 64 pixels. Then it would shift off to the side. And then what I could do is offset all of the simulation data and all of the cached data, so I don't have to resample the RVT or whatever. But then what I could do is only resample the static data in, you know, the row of, you know, 64 pixels, and then add that in to the simulation. So, like, only iterate over those ones. And then cache the data again. And that would cut down on, like, maybe a millisecond overall. And then the other cool thing that I could do... Well, actually, there's another thing that I want to experiment with at some point. And that is doing a staggered version of the simulation docket, which is kind of the same thing I wanted to do with my weather system, the Prismatica simulation data fields system. So, like, in this system, which I've kind of shelved for a minute while I work on this update, let's just do... Where's the drawer? There you go. Update you. Turn off Niagara. And then we open up the guy. So this is a simulation... Same kind of deal, but it's a 3-dimensional, like, voxel simulation instead of a 2D simulation. So you can see here, the blue mist is humidity or water vapor, and then as it cools down and goes up, it turns into condensation, which is clouds. Although we also get condensation down near the lakes and stuff as well, which is mist. And sometimes in the mornings from the beaches, and then that blows in because the landscape heats up quicker than the oceans do, which causes the hot air to rise over here, which then you can see the wind blowing here. It blows all of the air, or it sucks all of the air. You know, you can see there's mist forming now. But, so this is meant to be, like, running in the background, right? It's not supposed to be updating every frame. It only really needs to update maybe, like, once a second. Because, like, at the moment, this is running pretty hot. It's like 3 milliseconds. Just for a background system. But... where's the radar targets? This guy, hello. Where's 3D view? There's 3D. Here's the wind velocities. Oh, that running 3 milliseconds? Yeah. The other thing, at the moment it's 32 cells high. So 128 by 128 by 32. I think I could get away with 16 pretty easily. But also do a... like, kind of change the resolution the higher up it goes. So that, like, the clouds are still all the way up here. But, you know, past, like, where the tallest mountain would be, then the cells get, like, you know, 1.25 times bigger, and then 1.5 times bigger, 1.75 times bigger, and then 2 times bigger. And that would halve, you know, like, it takes 3 milliseconds. If I scaled it down to 16 vertical layers, it would literally halve the cost of it to 1.5 milliseconds or whatever. Let me also just put the let me get the cyclone. Nice. Very detailed. Kind of. Well, I guess, like, in the way that it's completely unnecessary simulation and whatnot, it's very detailed, but each cell is, like, 100 meters squared in the game. But I won't go into my whole spiel about, like, you know, why I think it's worth doing. But I think if it can be a completely, like, background process. So the way that I want to make it run in the background is with these bindings. So you can have Boolean bindings. Optional bool binding allows scripts to control if the simulation stage is enabled or not. And so you can enable and disable stages at runtime. So I was thinking I could do, like, a rolling update where it's like these are the initial initials and whatever. So we could do, like, the input stage 1 frame, then move on to the terrain stuff the next frame, then move on to the terrain atmosphere interchange, and maybe this one. And so, like, stagger it over 10 frames or something, which would take a 1.5 millisecond simulation down to 0.15 milliseconds. At the cost of it would be slightly less accurate because the delta time would be longer. But for something like this, I don't fucking care. It's literally a stable fluids simulation, so it doesn't really matter. Look at that Mount Doom shit. So anyway, with Prismatiscape, I was thinking I could probably do the same thing where, like, the simulations get flip-flopped. So, you know, go 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever, which would make the simulation cost 1/4 of its current cost. Or like, you know, you could choose, oh, I want them to run 2 and 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2 and 2, 2 and 2, but then because my surface simulation is a really high resolution, I want it to run by itself. And, you know, you can kind of spread the simulations out over multiple frames, depending on needs and whatever. But then the problem would be that, like, the simulation would look stuttered. Like, it would look like it's being staggered. You know, it would look like it's running at a lower frame rate. So then the solution is to do a temporal blurring between the previous step. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't actually be temporal aliasing. It would just be lerping from the previous, you know, state. And then it's like, okay, well, the water just got updated. Here's its new state. Let's lerp to that over the next 4 frames so that we've arrived to that thing. So all the simulations would, like, lag behind by 4 frames. But 4 frames is pretty, like... I don't know if 4 frames is really that, you know, important. I think maybe for the water it might go a bit fucked up. Because, like, the water ripples are very finicky. Like, the capillary ripples, these ones. But, I don't know. We'll find out. I'm really not sure. So, yeah, that's my plans. Oh, and then there's another optimization that I want to do at some point, and that's to use a hash grid for the inputs. So currently, in order to draw the foot of the character to the simulations, what's the input? Let me check the input grid size, set input resolution. I can't remember what the input res is. Input resolution is 384 by 384 pixels. So to draw the foot of a character, we need to iterate over 384 times 384. 147,000 pixels to draw the foot of a character, which may or may not even be close enough to the landscape to even draw to the simulations. Pixels, because it's a compute shader where we take in, I think I can... you can probably see it here. Here's, like, the water stuff. You can see these, like, lines that I'm drawing. So, all I'm doing... Actually, I can get the debug. Pris debug shapes 1. So, I just jump over here. So, you can see here, this is on the CPU side of things. We just get the location and velocity of, like, you know, some bone chains. So I'm just doing pelvis to neck, neck to hair root, the upper and lower arms. I should probably extend that to the hand. Like the fingers, probably. And then, you know, the feet and whatever. So for each of these, we just send in a location and radius and velocity and strength. And then we draw a capsule shape and compare that against like the height of the water, which is just stored in an RVT. And then we add that shape that we've drawn, which it's like a soft shape. It has like a fall off, and it has like a, you know, if you're moving vertically, it will be a omnidirectional, but if you're moving sideways, it will be, you know, directional and whatever. And so, yeah. Yeah. That's my TED talk. Also, I've started drinking from a really big mug. So I don't have to make 2 coffees. I can just do 2 coffees in the one mug. It's got Baby Yoda on it. Alright, why? Focus. Focus! There you go. No? Oh, okay, yeah, see, it's got Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda Pog. Sloater. Baby Sloater. So yeah, those are all my... oh, no, so I didn't even get to the fucking point, right? So the point is to draw the foot, we have to iterate over every pixel and ask every pixel, you know, how close are you to this guy? How close are you to here? What would your thing be? We have to ask all of them. And then only like, you know, 100 of them end up being relevant out of this many. So the idea is to, instead of having like a master list of every shape that we're going to draw, we still have a master list of all of them, but we pre-sort them. I don't know whether to sort them in Niagara. I don't know how it works with, like, setting array values. I've never been able to set an array or, like, add to an array in Niagara. And whether or not that would have to be single-threaded or not. Yeah, I don't know. But I was thinking that the 2D input drawer could be broken into a hash grid. And then that hash grid could actually be a 3D grid. So it would we'd take each of these and stack them on top of each other. And then each Z level would only have it would only have, what's it called? Like, let's say there was a shape being drawn here. It would only be drawn when these ones are iterating. These two tiles. You know what I mean? The only trouble is making sure that it can be, you know, GPU multi-threaded. Because GPUs do, what, like 64 simultaneous operations? Or some multiple of, or whatever. I mean, it depends on the hardware and shit. But because I was thinking we could do like, for each shape, here's the center point of the shape and the radius. Now let's only iterate over the pixels that are within that distance. And, you know, get the shape and add that to the master thingo. The problem is that then... But I'm kind of doing that anyway, right? Because, like, I'm doing every fucking pixel, but then I'm doing a loop inside of that. So, I don't know. No, but then I'd have to do actual iterations and cache it every time. Fuck, I don't know. Depends on the type of data in the array. If it's vector data, you can pack them into a texture, then operate on that. Maybe. I don't know. It's all confusing. I'm not too worried about it now, because, like, it's not... Until you get up to, like, 200 or 300, like, characters, then it starts to chug a bit. So, I don't know. It's probably not that bad at the moment. Anyway, let's go back to... not you. No, I want this guy. There we go. Is that right plane? Go back to here. Go back to the examples. Just go up. Where's my fucking go? No, how do I... Here, no, what the fuck? Where's this gone? Ah, there, okay. So next content, I wanted to get the water stuff. I wanted to get the wave data render target and put it in the render targets here. Move here. So I think with this one, the wave data render target, I don't... It doesn't need to output the... What does it need to output? It needs the XY velocity. Maybe the Z velocity as well, though. Two of them. Or I could just run the Gerstner way. No, because that has to do the previous as well. Ah, fuck, I don't know. Let's just get it drawing first. Oh, did we die? Did Twitch die? Did that happen for everyone, or just... I'm sick of Restream being shit. Why does it do this? Died for a sec. Okay. Okay. Right. Niagara grid fella. So, this is getting set. Everything's getting initialized. Set wave data resolution. That's the grid, and then this sets the thing. So if I set this to 166, then motion wave data, well, when I hit play, does get set to 166. So that's great. So that is hooking in. Then here. So get world position. Grid location we get. Size world space. I want to double it for this. The runtime virtual texture sample is getting the water height. We also need one for the water data. I'll rename this to... Cool. We're going to get this guy. Smack that into here. You go into there. So this... here. Now, I'm debating whether the... whether I want to store the wave data in, like, absolute. I guess I will have to do 32-bit for the render target. Because that would mean that everything would have to sample the RVT to get the positions. But if I did it in absolute units, it would just have to sample this. So maybe I just do this. Maybe. Yeah, whatever. Size world space, This is the water height. Water height, this is water data. Water data. Right, Prismatiscape, Gerstner waves. World position XY. Do I set that in here? World position XY, that is set. I'm going to call this water wave. Water wave location XY. And then this is water wave RVT height. Right, then in here we're going to use water wave XY, water height, or water wave height. Cool. The direction I have set to null. Then what we need to do is one more stage scratch pad. Although, oh, there's an ad about to play. I might go to the bathroom real quick. Hello. I'm back. Gen height relative to the bit depth of the image. I think the lowest bitrate you could use would be capable enough. Just by per pixel would be 256 possible height levels. Yeah, so I was thinking. Well, it depends, right? Because the water, it's like we need to know the level of the water, because like some water might be here, aka the ocean. But other water might be here, or up here, might be a lake, or a river, or whatnot. And if it's a river, it could be, you know, could be bendy. Could be doing this. Shwing, like this. Minus the waves, obviously. So the problem we could run into is... I mean, there's like multiple things, right? Sampling an RVT is expensive because it has to like unpack all of the shit. I think. I presume it is. So it might be better to just... And keep in mind, this is for like entire worlds. So you might have like hundreds of thousands of units up and down or whatever. And so... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could just do 16-bit and just, like, divide it by 10 and then multiply it by 10 whenever it gets used. Because, like, the accuracy isn't... Like, we don't need centimeter fucking accuracy for the waves to be crashing against stuff and spawning particles, right? The particles are very messy, and there's a bit of, like, pizzazz to them and whatever. So, I think 16-bit should be fine. But I do want to store the absolute height of the wave. Just to save us from sampling the RVT, you know, 100 different times. Absolute problem or relative... Yeah, exactly. Like, if I could just get the water height, if I knew, if the water height was fixed, then I could be like, okay, yeah, we could do like an 8-bit render target to do the height offset, and then add in the initial height. Which, like, yeah, if I wanted to just store the offset, I could do that. But then I would have to sample the RVT again, which is expensive and stuff. I don't know. This is going to be a new plugin because I'd buy this. This is just a part of Prismatiscape. So anyone that has Prismatiscape will get this for free. And anyone that wants it, that wants this, gets Prismatiscape for free, essentially. Render targets and particles are my two favorite subjects? Hell yeah. Yeah, you're in the right place. Definitely in the right place. Okay, let's get this shit grooving. So, next up, we need to just, well, write our shit to the render target. I might do this as a custom one. Because what's this doing? That's just setting pixel value render target. Kind of annoying. Yeah, you know, I'll just do it as a scratch pad. Oh, actually, although, do I want to even do it here? Or do I want to do it later on? Because... the water stuff... let's just get it drawing for the time being. But I think what I want to do is first set up the Gerstner waves. Then do a bunch of shit. Because, like, the water simulation needs to spawn particles as well. Where there's, like, foam, or where, you know, you actually push water around and it hits something and whatever. So, like, this needs to spawn particles. But then the waves also do. But the waves also need to... Yeah, so I think we get the waves. Then the water simulation can do its shit. And then we go back to the water waves render target. And we draw a particle mask. Or, well, no, we need to draw... Fuck it, we'll just wing it. We wing it. We will just wing it for now. Put me. Where'd my dude go? Here we are. Let me maximize you. Ghost of waves, blah, 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 blah. Let's just do a scratch pad here. This is called Draw Ghost Nerd Shit. No, you know what? This can just be a duplicate of the other thingos. Yeah, hold the fuck. Piss off. Get out of here. Let's just get our draw thing. Draw stuff. Smack that in here. This is going to be called... what a pix... Right, but that's... Can you just, like, not be there? Thank you. This is also not water grid. This is water wave data grid. And this is water wave data render target. So trying to figure out how to get my character to interact with the water. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. So, Gerstner waves, blah, 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 blah. We have the wave velocity. I don't think... fuck, right. Yeah, no, maybe we do need both. Because we need the... No, we don't need the WPO in the render target. We only need the height. So maybe I'll need an explicit render target for particles, which we can call foam particle mask or something. Or simulation particle mask, even. Maybe it could do it for all of the stuff. And we get the final wave WPO in here. We get the wave velocity by subtracting the previous frame's WPO from this guy's WPO. The height RVT value... Do we want to add that in here? I guess that... Well, that would be absolute. No, I think I'll do WPO and then add it at the end. You know? Yo, Amethyst! How's it going? Long time no see. How are you? How was the node friendships and the node families? Yeah, true, the butt topology. What's it called? Emote? I was gonna say meme. It's not a meme. Water wave data. Wait, yeah, water wave data is probably it. So stack context. Alright, then we have to make this. Do I need the... Another thing about this, right, is that the I don't know, it's spawning in the right spot, don't know why. Interesting. I also don't know why. Okay, what do wave data make? No. Make a 4. Make vector 4. Okay, x, y, z is going to be the velocity. You know, let's just hack this together. X, Y, Z velocity. W is the B Chanel here. So we have the WPO plus the height RVT. And maybe potentially divided by some compression number. But for now, we're just going to raw dog it. So that's water wave data. Then here we go water wave data. Smack that into there. So now we can just check if it lives. That looks about right, yeah. Oh, right, it doesn't get... It's not being offset when I move, so the velocities are getting confused, but... and then this is the height. Yeah, so let me just... I need to offset the pixel values. Actually, yeah, okay, doing an extra stage would be good, because the thing is, right... The velocity's here. Also, if I divide this by like 1 billion, it'll look less spasticated. Divide by like 200. If I... Okay, that's not terrible. So like with the waves, right? The waves go back and forth as well as up and down, which means that these velocities aren't in like the correct place. Do you know what I mean? They need to be... We need to distort them by their horizontal WPO values in order for these to be in the correct location. So I'm thinking we should do that in here. So we would do another simulation stage. Jeez, this fucking docket is getting way too big. So then this guy is called Water Gerstner Waves Post-sim? 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 So we need to do a pre-sim, a sim, and a post-sim, because we need to firstly offset the variables, then, and I guess get the world position, you know, wherever, then do the waves, where we get the previous thing from the stage before, or the previous frame. Then we need to distort the image before we draw it to the render target. So yeah, it is a 3-stager, which most of them are. There's a pre-sim, or a setup, a simulation, and a post-sim. So this is water, Gerstner waves, pre-sim. And this is water wave data grid. This guy is gonna, that's the post sim, data interface, water wave data grid. You are gonna go up here somewhere. Water simulator, water electricity, water sim post setup. Water sim post setup. Wow. I wish I could. Can you right click move these? Insert above? No, fuck you. Can I oh, can I do this? Is this allowed? Only single simulation stages can be dragged and dropped. Alright, just get up there a bit. Just go up a bit further. Water post sim here. Pre-sim here. So pre-sim is get world position. Hello? There. Ooh, doing the offset is gonna be interesting because we don't have an explicit. It's gonna be kind of scuffed, but God, I'm out of coffee. Gerstner waves, draw water. That's it. That's a post sim, dude. Let's do another scratchy. This is called water waves projection, I guess, where we're going to get the gritty, hit the gritty, water wave data. We're going to get the, I think it was a vector 4. I don't know why it's a vector 4 because maybe I'll change that now because final wave WPO. WPO is literally a threefer, you know? So let's do that. Let's go vector. Water wave WPO. Which means that this guy... Oh wait, what was I inputting into here? Oh no, I was putting in the foam mask, like the peak mask, into there. So let's go back. Why was I doing it there though? Why not just do it here and have like a foam mask? Because there's going to be a bunch of shit anyway. Yeah, no, you know what? Let's do it as a vector. Temp, wave, WPO, vec. WPO vec. Remove you. And remove you. You die. Then compile. Get a bunch of errors. Vector. Water, wave, WPO. That's a local boy. This is temp. Water wave WPO. This is temp. Fuck. Temp. Temp. Suck my nuts. Temp. Can you, like, not? Where? What the fuck? Parameters. You aren't real. Temp, wait, that can die as well. You go here. There we go. All right, then. What the fuck? That's the height. So these need to convert into a dude. I can just do a make vector. Oh my god, fuck off. Make vector. We can get these guys. Right, well. Make 2D. Break 2D. Kill that guy. Get this guy in there. You're going to be our XY. You're going to be our ZZ. Cool. And then this fella here is going to go into temp water peak mask, I believe. Yeah. Float, temp, water, peak, mask. No, not stack context. You should be local. You're local. You get added. This guy, and then smacked into here. So this loop here is for each wave. Yeah, I know what that is. You... Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Come back. You go into there. You go into here. We have 8 waves. Then... Here... We need to get a vector. We're going to get our water wave WPO local variable. Schwow. Then we're going to break you apart and remake you. Actually, why do I even need to break it apart again? So I was adding that earlier, but I don't need to anymore. So that can fuck off. This is get previous vector value at these indices. This is water wave WPO. You get fucked. You get smacked into here. Actually, that should stay this-ish. Anyway, he keeps asking us a question like we know what the fuck he's talking about. Well, yeah, fair. But, like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just need you to listen. Please listen to me. Okay, so final wave WPO is now a 3-fer. Water wave WPO. You are stack contexted. You're going to go up. Up, up. Up again. Then we have this guy minus this guy. So water wave WPO is the WPO for this frame. Then the WPO minus the previous WPO gives us the velocity, well, divided by delta time, gives us the velocity. So then we want velocity here. Do I want the velocity? Well, maybe this should all get sorted out in the post stage. Yeah. No fucking duh, dickball. We don't know about Skibbity Riz. You know what? I wish I did too. This needs to be... I guess I can add this in the later stage as well, right? Because this just cares about the waves in kind of like local space. Why is that angry? Local vector? You fuck off. Wave. Water wave WPO. Temp water wave WPO. Right, this is temp water wave WPO, the accumulated one. Oh, and I should also grab the temp water peak mask. Yo, this is peak. Haha, oh my god, this is peak. Water wave WPO can fuck off. You need to be default mode, just value 0, and peak mask is value 0. Cool, cool. Water data was red before being set. Fail of print. Where are you? Water wave data, and that is nowhere. You don't even exist. Water wave data. Yeah, you fuck off. Final wave WPO doesn't exist. Temp water peak mask, water wave WPO, stack context. Wait, then why is temp water peak mask? You're not a... No, you fuck off. Right, so then when we project this shit, we are getting the Skibbledore Rizzledore. What are we doing? We're getting the vector, the WPO. Water, wave, WPO. And we need to break... Well, water wave data, sample previous vector value. Sample previous grid vector 3 value. So we need to actually resample the water wave velocity, and we also need to resample the water wave WPO, because we need to be able to get the height plus the horizontal offset, which makes me kind of want to make the WPO a WPO XY and then a float height value. But fuck it. Well... fuck it, whatever. I can't be fucked. Okay, so we need the cell, get num cells. We need the float sim size wuss, sim AEs, sim size world space. We need the cells, the size divided by the cell. No, we don't give a fuck. We just want to do the WPO XY. Let's just turn to a 2D. Can I... Fuck you. Alright, let's give it a converter. Convert you into a twofer. Schmack, schmack. And then we want to divide the WPO value, which is a world space value, world position offset. We want to divide it by the size of the simulation in world space. That will tell us how many... How far along the texture, so from 0 to 1, how much do we want to offset it? Then we want to get the current execution index converted to unit, and then we want to add or subtract from that. I don't fucking know. Then we can do our, what's it called? Thingamajig. Maybe I should have done this like the WPO XY, and then the water wave velocity should have been a 4 vector, which has the foam mask in it, so that I just have to sample it once as a vector 4, instead of doing this and then this. But then for this, I'm only getting the height value out of it anyway. It's kind of dumb as fuck. Let's call this the 4 vector water wave pixel. Water wave data pixel. This is just what we're going to draw to the dude. And that should be in stack context. So then we're going to make a 4. The height. So the velocity, you know, I'll do a convert node. Velocity, you're going to be a 4-fer. So R, G, B, velocity. And then the height goes into the W. Although the height needs to have the water height in it. So you're a float. Water height RVT. I think that was how it was spelled. You're just going to get added to this guy, to the Z height. Hopefully that works. And then, after that's been projected, we then draw it to the dude, which is going to take in the water wave data pixel. Water waves projection, this is the water data grid, or water wave data grid. The wave WPO is water wave WPO. The sim size world space was 4K times 2. Oh, fuck. And then that should be good to go. Potentially. We hit go, and okay, well that's working. The alpha's work. The height is working. Apparently. Wave data. Is that's working? Velocity. Where is our velocities, I wonder? Well, position, water wave location XY. Gerstner waves, water wave WPO equals wave velocity. Here. Temp water wave WPO, temp water wave WPO. Bam, 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 bam. Temp water wave WPO gets set as water wave WPO. So maybe it's in here, the projection. Let me just double check that. Water wave data grid, water wave data grid. Water wave data grid, cool. Okay, the projection stage. Water wave WPO convert to this guy divided by the size. Let me just smack the WPO into here directly. Okay, so the WPO is making it in. It's just when we sample the velocity. Well, let's just do the velocity raw dogged without any offset. Right, no velocity. So, water wave WPO. It would be in here. Ah. It's called water wave velocity, you shitlord. Water wave velocity. Water wave velocity. And then in here, water wave velocity. Cool, okay, this should now work. So with the offset projected values, now we have the velocities including the sideways offset of the shit. So if I go to the Ocean Man, can I change this at runtime? Maybe? Doesn't look like it, actually. Is that why I was making it tick? I think that's why I was ticking it. Just so I could fuck around with it at runtime. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's good. That's good. So if I make it really strong, whoa, then that's gonna get really shitty. Oh, I'm also not offsetting the velocities. That's why it's, when I move, why it's kind of glitching a bit. But yeah, so now we can be like, oh yeah, it's like really, really calm and really nice. If I go to Sonora variable flow. Wait, why did that Pscape main sync? Oh, that's just on startup. Alright, let's do it this way. Start with tick off. No tickle. Tick is banned, and then it should start up only once we thing of it. Oh, fuck. I need to wee. I need to wee. BRB. Hello. Alrighty. It's wave time. What the fuck was I doing again? Wave, wait a minute. So this is velocity and height. Very vital. And then we would just have a mask for our particles and shit. Although, in theory, we should be adding our, you know, these velocities to that render target. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, yeah, if the velocities are different here, we want the particles to do their own shit. And I'd rather just have it all in one big yeetizer. One big yeeto. But anyway, let's just move on to the other thing. Actually, first we need to offset the shit for the velocities. Then we can start doing the fun stuff. So, pre-sim. So let's get world position. Do I do that all in one dude? Yeah. I do offset deform pixels. Yeah, because usually I just... Yeah. I really want to do a whole cleanup pass of this whole fucking plugin at some point. Also, I saw there was like a new thing. I don't know what it is. There's something called a Grid 2D collection reader. Description, : Fucking great. Like, what does this do? So it's just sample previous grid at index, blah, 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 blah. But I'm wondering if it is a way to... Oh, fuck. Data interface on the emitter. So I wonder if this is a way to read from grids in other dudes. You know? Emitter name. Name of the emitter to read from. Data interface name. So this would be emitter grid 2D example. And the DI would be the name of the grid. But I don't know if that's just within the one system or not. I don't know. Because that could be really handy so that to have, like, talk between multiple systems and shit, you don't have to draw it to a render target and then whatever. Obviously, if you're putting it into materials at all, it needs to be in a render target. But you could save drawing it to a render target if it was only going to be used for, like, particles, for example. Which we might be. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything. I simply don't know it. What was I doing again? Offsetting the pixels, right. Yeah, so I can do that in the get position stage. Get world pos, water, height, water, shit, whatever, whatever. We can just get the... Let's get a 2D. Let's just call this pixel offset. I'm going to do this really scuffedly. And we're just going to do the pixel offset. And the float. Let's just call this usual sim size. And then, because the water shit is like doubled. It's a 8K rather. It's 40 meters in any direction. Because I want the particles to spawn further away. So instead of being like this big, it'll be like this big. But it's obviously way lower resolution. So that would mean the number of pixels offset. You know what, fuck it. How do I do this in other places? Let's go offset deform pixels. So this is deform pixel offset. Right, it's just literal pixels offset. So how many pixels do we want to move? Whereas I want to do a unit sample because I just can't be fucked. So that means this will be the water pixel offset as well. Which I know the water is 512 thingo. So that would then give us the unit size offset. But then the fact that this guy is twice as big. And so this is just hard-coded, because I Siebes. We're just going to get grid. We're going to get execution to unit. Then we're going to add this guy. Then we're going to sample previous vector 3 value at this unit. Water wave WPO. I don't need to offset the velocity because the velocity gets calculated each dude. So that's getting resampled by the offset. Resolution, pixel offset, water. Water grid pixel offset. Alright, let's see if this kind of works, maybe. Rendetage. We have this shit. If I move, it looks pretty stable, so that's fine. Yeah, it's quite big. Dank. So now... it looks so cursed. Let me just divide that by big number. Beige number. 1000. So again, this is the velocity, but it's also corrected to be in the right position. Which is important. Let's go even higher. Maybe not 20,000. Oh, fuck, how fucking fast is it going? It's divided by delta time, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So that's our velocity. So these ones are going backwards, I guess. And the others are going forwards, I guess. And world origin is, yeah, here. The little suckhole. Okay, so now the fun part. We can potentially do some cool shit. So, let me just yeet that back in. So, Pavlon. Have a 2D texture array set up to optimize some meshes I'm working on. Assigned by vertex color, 79 of them. Any way to blend them by chance? I'll just do vertex paint. Right, so you've got all of them, but you want to smoothly blend between them. But a texture array uses, like, absolute, you know, it's either this one or it's that one. Am I understanding correctly? The other trouble that you might have is... Well, okay, there are ways, actually. Think of it like, here's your texture array layers, but it's quantized, so it's either this one or it's that one. You could do like a height lerp, which is like, you know, what I'm doing here, right? Where you use the height map to blend between two thingos. So you can see that like the rocks blend in first before the dirt blends in. And, you know, the cracks of these tiles allow other things to blend in first. So you could do that. It would have infinite contrast between them, but you could do that with a single texture sample. It might look very sharp, though. Although you could dither between them as well. You could use the temporal dither to dither between two layers of a texture array. The only problem is going to be if you... Oh, fuck, no, you could? I was going to say you wouldn't be able to go from, like, this layer, you know, grass, and blend into brick without going through dirt and stone or whatever. But you might be able to with dithering, honestly. Because the dithering is just like black or white with a dither pattern. And then the TAA kind of smooths it out. So you could actually use a texture array, single sample, and dither height blend between layers that are like not adjacent. Fuck, I might have to try that out, actually. That could be mad. Yeah, you could dither blend between them. I don't know. I might check that out myself at some point. But yeah, other than that, you might just have to sample it twice to blend between it. Although you could do stuff, so like you could sample the texture array twice. But then you could still do, let's say you've got like a house or something, and you wanted to blend between nice wood and rotten wood, and stone and damaged stone, and the corner bricks and the the moldy corner bricks, and they were all in the one texture array, you could just sample 2 texture arrays, and depending on how you, like, you know, you'd have to, like, section your meshes using, like, a material ID system or a UV channel or something, and then you could select. If it was in UVs, you could be like, okay, the x-axis is what the, you know, the good looking texture is. So, okay, we place it on this line, and then the y-axis could be the damaged texture that you want to, like, blend it to. And so that might be, like, you know, number 54. And so then it would be x50, y54, and you'd collapse all your UVs into that location. Then you could get your text coords, break it into 2. One of them goes into the W, you know, the texture array of here. The other one goes into the texture array down here. Then you blend between them. You know, you get the height thing. You do the height lerp, get the lerp alpha, then blend between the RGB and all that kind of shit. So that could be a way of doing it. Yeah. 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 Right, let's input our dude into the schmeebly doober. So in get water surface. Get water surface. So this gets a bunch of RVT shit. They don't go in sRGB anymore, which is great. This is the puddles stuff. The water surface is gonna be... That can all fuck off. This is our water grid unit. Blah, blah, blah. I don't actually want the input grid. I actually want the wave data grid. Then we're going to sample previous, I guess, vector 4 value called water wave data pixel. And then the unit needs to be half the size in the center. So this is the current execution index. I want to... Fuck. Where's paint? Ow, my eyeballs, my eyeballs. Okay, we have a... Yo, Rosie, how's it going? Long time no see. Still on Prismatiscape? Well, I only just started working on it again in like the past 3 sessions. I thought it was time to get that water update finished and whatnot, and then move on to more Prismatica stuff, like actual Prismatica stuff. Okay, so let's say we've got our thing here. I've been doing... Were you there for the physical movement stuff a while ago? It's like a couple of months, 3 months ago? I don't know. Sometime. Maybe it was even last year. I don't know. Time just fucking... Time disappears. Physical character movement system. There's like a year ago. Okay, you probably haven't seen this then. So this is the new movement system for Prismatica, but I'm kind of building everything as a plugin now. so that I can like open source it or source enabled. What do you call it? Source available. Totally accurate battle. No, not quite. Not quite. It's ball-based movement. Ball and capsule. So it's like, it's an actual... Where the fuck am I? Did I fall over? Fuck my life. It's an actual physical self-balancing ball bot machine. Okay, don't press that one. So it's not like, you know, Half Sword or Exanima or, yeah, or Tabs or whatever, where you kind of just have a hovering point and then it's like physically, you know, physics body animated and they like look dumb as fuck and their feet kind of just like, you know, like, you know, like the feet snap to the next position. This is kind of the other way around. So, the animation is all kinematic. It's just like regular animation. But the movement is physical. So yeah, you literally play as BB-8, essentially. And so it ends up being like, you know, you can see the animation looks pretty decent. I can like turn around and like do this, and you move slower when you're going backwards as well. Yeah. And so the nice thing is that it's all BB-8 ballbot. Oh, true. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I only just realized that's what BB stands for. Hello, Lady Cat. So yeah, it works pretty well. The fun thing about it is that there's no external thrusting force. So all of the movement is completely rotational in nature. There's no thrusting, which is a shame. But essentially, yeah, the character leans forward, loses balance, and then the ball catches up, you know, to re-correct itself, and that's how we move forward. Which means that, like, some really silly stuff, like, if I can just get my fucking widgets and shit going. Oh, Lady Cat, what are you doing? I don't know if these are the heavy boxes or not. Hey, sitting, please. No butt. Okay, so, like, if I move... like, fuck. Oh, I just crashed. Fuck, chaos physics. Yeah, so if you're on something unstable, or something simulated, there'll be a two-way physics interaction. Like, you will be rotating your ball, which will then push the thing backwards. So it's pretty, yeah, and the other thing, which I'll go back into it, which I thought was, for my game specifically, is kind of important, I guess, is that friction actually works. So, you know, let me make this a bit bigger as well. So, like, if you're on something slippery, your feet actually, like, slip backwards. Yeah, so, like, if I'm on this, you can see it kind of tilting as I, you know, walk forward and then walk back really suddenly. Like that. And the other thing, I know I'm just going on tangents and shit, but the jumping is physical as well. So the jumping works. So the cylinder and the ball are on like a suspension system. And so the way that the jumping works is that we relax the spring and then stiffen the spring. And so it means that if you're standing on, let's say you're standing on like a plank of wood in water, if you, like, you wouldn't be able to jump very high because you would push the plank down and you wouldn't get as much upward thrust and whatever. Can I, there we go. Nice landing. Who up stiffening they spring. And yeah, you can also do jumping in place because like if you crouch and lean forward and then let go, you know, it like, yeah. So you can still be like, oh, I want to jump over to here. Oh, look at that. That's fucking sick. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. I'm quite proud of it so far. Oh, I fucking fell over. There's also some cool interactions like you can kind of like corkscrew platforms. So if I like run around this platform in a circle, it will rotate in the other direction because of the, you know, because of the stuff. So it's pretty dope. And the other thing, I mean, I'm just going on and on at this point. But let me just go down. Hopefully I can land without eating shit. Oh, okay, I stabilized. Yeah, nice. Man, and these are the slightly too big ledges. I mean, literally. Literally. There will be, like, kind of emergency... Like, if you start slipping down a cliff, your character will reach out. Because, like, if your character leans beyond a point, then they'll turn into an active ragdoll. Yeah, so stand up after falling over. I haven't done that yet. That's just the same as the old ragdoll system. So, when we lose balance, we disable collision on the ball and capsule. And then the character mesh simulates, does the ragdoll stuff. We do some, like, active animation of them, like, self-preserving or trying to, like, reach on to the cliff ledge and maybe getting the cliff ledge and then hauling themselves back up or whatever. And then we just reset the capsule and ball in an upright position as we play the get-up animation, and then it's good to go again. Pardon me. But yeah, another cool thing about it is that it allows for tethering characters to objects and tethering characters to characters. So, like, if I grab this box, where there's just, like, a physics constraint between us, which isn't set up properly, but you can see that it actually pulls on me as I pull on it. So you could, like, chain a bunch of characters together. You could, you know, run like a like a mining camp of criminals that have been enslaved. You could pull a cart. Yeah, exactly. You could pull a cart with two people. Like, you could have two characters pulling the one object, and the object would be pulling back on the two people. Yeah, Yeah, and that also, like, applies to... Can I get on here? Okay, oh, fucking hell. Okay, well, I slipped on the ice, but... Oh, what? Oh. Okay, it actually did drop... Okay, it actually did drop out that time. Are we back? Hello? 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 It's back. It's back. Fucking restream. Okay, we're back. We're back. Did, okay, YouTube cut out as well. I think that time it was... No, I don't know. I don't know. But, yeah. So there's a couple of challenges left in this one. The main one being stairs and tiny ledges. So like, yeah, it's just fucked up. It's kind of impossible. It's not impossible, it's just like needs a lot of fine-tuning and stuff, because we'll essentially need to apply like a rocket booster to the ball capsule, or teleport it upwards even. Just so that it can like the rotation can do most of the work. So I think it just needs a little bit of like upward push so that it can then overcome, you know, the thing. Ramps and stuff are fine mostly. Okay, I just nearly tripped over. Okay, okay, fuck. Longest fall ever. Okay, we're good. We're good. No? Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck my life. Reason everyone uses ramp stairs. Yeah, but like the reason that ramp stairs can get a bit fricky. Well, okay, let's say like the stairs were this big. It's like a really slow or like really low incline steps. Even this has trouble being overcome. Because it's like, oh, we're just gonna fucking... like, you know. Like, the thing is, right, if the ball was way bigger, it would be totally fine getting up and over stuff. But then if the ball's bigger, our character is, you know, is too fat. And the ball needs to be thinner than the capsule. And I like to have my capsules really thin. So that's one thing, but yeah. But yeah, ramps and stuff mostly work. There's a bit of sliding. Depends on the thing, but I might just have to program a maintain position logic. Because it's all running on PID controllers. Or I might have to do, like, some custom anchoring, you know? So just, like, do a physics constraint when we stop, you know, from the ball to the surface that we stopped on. And then when we start to move or we get knocked off position, then we start moving again. But, yeah. There was also, I can't remember if I... so you can see, like, if I run into this slope... Yeah, most of the time, you just, like, eat shit going into it. Yeah, like, that would cause me to lose balance, probably. But there was something that I had set up where the character would anticipate a change in slope. And, like, lean backward so that they didn't, you know, faceplant. Yo, Pavalon! Thank you very much for the 1,000 biddies. Thanks for playing the 2D texture array theory. I'll tear into it, see if I can get something working. Awesome. Sounds good, and please report back, because I would be very curious to see if the dithering works. But yeah, another cool thing about this system is you can kind of do like wall jumping. Like let me see if I can. I'll try and do it off of this, right? So if I like run, jump, and lean back. Okay, no, hold on. If I could jump higher, it would be better. But you can like, yeah. There's some shit that you can do. Some like advanced physics tech. But yeah. Stand on real ledge physics is total shit. Yeah, exactly. Like, the standard Unreal movement is just, like, shit in general. Check what the angle you're standing on is through a line trace. So something if the angles is less than 45 degrees, allow anchoring. If it's higher, you just leave it like you're now. That'll be alright. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically though, if you're a human, you can usually, like on something greater than 45 degrees, you can like anchor yourself if the friction is good. Otherwise you'd likely slip off. I've currently got the friction set to like giga high. So, like, in this case, I would probably be slipping down if it was dirt. But if it was rubber, then, you know. And, okay, that's another, you lean forward and grab. One other thing I wanted to do was allow the character to enter, like, a quadrupedal mode, where there would be another ball just in front of the chest, where you could, like, put your hands out and kind of, like, crawl up slopes. Or, like, you know, if you fell forward up a slope, you could, like, kind of correct yourself with your hands. Or if you fell over forwards, you know, you might be able to get back up by putting your hands out and kind of, like, clambering up and whatever. So, and that would just function the same way quadrupeds would work, which is that they would be, instead of being this, they would be this. So, this is what horses look like. This is what people look like. Yeah. Duo bowler pad. Exactly. There's a few obstacles to overcome, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have expressed interest in like a system like this. Obviously, this is like a giga prototype right now, or like proof of concept, I guess. But yeah, once I like chuck this on a Git repo and people can pull it and like fuck around with it and like tweak it and make changes and experiment with it and whatever, then maybe we can all come together and create something really stupid. Like a physical fucking ball-based character movement thing. Oh, the other thing is that it's like really performant. Because it all runs like on the physics thread. Because, like, the old character movement, it has to do heaps and heaps of line traces, you know, it has to, like, get and set location, it has to do, calculating the velocity and the acceleration manually and whatnot. It has to do all the ledge checking and all that kind of shit. Whereas this is just like, you know, drive some rotational velocities of 2 physics bodies. And, you know, it kind of like, the physics engine takes care of the rest. And because the physics is all, you know, kind of like EQS style. Or not EQS, what's the word? What's the data framework that, like mass, ECS, kind of. It's not really, but it's, yeah, like it basically ECS style shit. Oh, you know what else is cool? Okay, we're going to get back to water stuff in a second, but let me just show you something else cool. So because we calculate the center of gravity of like the system, like the character. Let me, oh no, that is, okay, 111. No, fuck off. And because the character, let's make this heavy. We'll go like 80 kilos. Because the character is trying to keep its center of gravity above its contact point, it means that when you're carrying something, the character will actually lean back and like, you know, and you get this kind of like talking. So if I like turn around, you can see that it's, yeah, it's all a bit fucky. Okay, let's like ram everyone real quick. Ram ranch. Alright, here we go. Get some speed and then just douche through them. Just you know, we can go heavier. Go like 150 kilos. And yeah, you can also you also get like crowd dynamics. Oh god. Oh, please balance. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. I need to like manually help balance this. Okay, I think that's just literally too heavy to balance. No? No? Surely you can carry a 150 kilo box. No, okay, go forward. No. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Let's just go forward this. Fuck my life. Okay, go forward. Alright, now ram. So yeah, things like an army of characters clashing with another army of characters will actually have physical dynamics. Whereas like an army of characters running into one character, they're just gonna get like shit-faced. Whereas if you've got other characters absorbing your impact, then yeah, you get the point. So that's another thing I've been working. And then the other thing that I've been working on is a really stupid weather simulation system. Also, look how hard it is to, like, turn around when I've got this thing. Side quest, carrying planks of wood from one side of town to the other without, without, like, doinking everyone. I'm just smacking everyone in the head with the big, heavy thinger. Anyway, that's part of my show and tell. And then, yeah, the other thing is the weather system. Or it's called simulation data fields. But at the moment, it's in the form of a global weather system. But not just like... Not like Ultra Dynamic Sky, where it's like you have a weather event and it's like, you know, you just change some NPC parameters. I'm talking like 3-dimensional voxel-based climate simulation. Let me just run the fella first. So yeah, this is really dumb. This was more of like a... This was more experimental than my usual shit. I was kind of inspired by Vintage Story. Because it does, like, you know, a very rough... you know... weather simulation, or like local weather. So yeah, this is simulating the wind, the humidity, condensation, precipitation, you know, snowfall, frost, rain, or I said precipitation, water runoff, land fertility, you know, whether like rivers are like fully filled up or they're like kind of struggling and whatever. It does like mist from lakes at nighttime, does mist from the ocean if, you know, the conditions are right and whatever. So yeah, this is like full crazy mode. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to like dive into this, but it's a bit silly. How's it so it's 1.5 milliseconds. Once I halve the vertical resolution, 1.5 milliseconds, but the plan is to spread that over like multiple frames. Because this doesn't have to run every frame. This is on the scale of like I think there's like a person here. Oop, person for scale. So this is like a person. And like this is the size of the simulation. Still going, still going. There we go. These are like little scale towns. So this doesn't have to update every frame. We just want to update the cells around the player so that they're visually smooth. So, like, you know, the current, wind, and if it's raining, and if it's whatever. But the effects of it are, like, persistent throughout the world. And so you can move from one location to another location, and that location might have experienced a snowstorm, and all of the people are stuck in their houses. Or you might, you know, go a day early and experience that snowstorm yourself. Or you might, you know, go to a town, get some stuff, go on an adventure, come back, and, you know, that town has fallen victim to, like, a wildfire. Or, like, a big fire dragon has, like, nested on top of the snowy mountain, and it's melting all the snow, and the snow is flooding the town on the side of the mountain from all the water runoff. Or someone lets off a nuclear bomb, or a volcano erupts, you know, if we're medieval fantasying. Volcano erupts, ash spews into the sky, light can't warm up the ground, it's really cold, and, you know, even, like, the desert freezes over because, like, a volcanic winter effect. But, you know, maybe there would be some parts that wouldn't be affected because of their, like, behind mountains, and so moisture would rise up, and then precipitation would, like, carry all of the ash from the volcano downwards. So, like, you know, the ash wouldn't make it over to here, maybe? I don't know. So that's just another bullshit thing that I've been using to procrastinate on being productive. As we do. Remember when Epic made the water plugin deprecated support for it within the same year? Don't know why they're going to do that. Just sometimes with these crazy cool plugins that many would make use of. Yeah, it's odd. It's annoying because, like, they get it to a point where it's usable, and so people are like, oh yeah, this is, like, usable. I'm gonna implement it into my project, and, you know, with the, like, anticipating that it will get updated, you know, throughout development. But then it just doesn't. And it's like, why? Unreal stitch-ups. Exactly. It's a bit silly. That's for sure. Alright, where the fuck was I? Let me move Character Man to the shore. Wait, where is the character start? Player start. What's it called? Player start. Yo, where? What the fuck? Where is it? Ah, here. Let's move you over to this bit. Alright, water time. So, we have... Well, that's just rain water. So we need to do the waves. And where the waves... I guess where the waves overlap the land, we need to... well, apply water flow, and then also apply the velocity at those points. And then I do want to do something with the mesh, the water mesh, because I feel like for, like... For most stuff, the material water dripping effect is fine. And it works on big slopes and whatever. I feel like for this stuff, I probably want to do... Like, because this mesh here exists... Oh, I don't want the cum filter. There we go. Exists underneath, right? So we could just, like, push it up to fit under the landscape, and then where there is water flow, we could WPO it up a little further. At least for, like, the... I don't know. The first few meters. And then beyond that, it would just be the material effect. The main reason is that I don't want to have to deal with foam on, you know, the material function and shit. Because, like... Yeah, I don't know. Whereas if the foam was on the water shader, then the foam can, like, ride up and down. I don't know. The only other thing is that the, if I do the thing with the mesh, it means that this would all be water meshed as well, but I guess that doesn't really matter. It's, like, close enough to a water body that I don't care, so... Yeah, I am planning foam. I'd done foam earlier, but I've just disabled it so I can see, the velocities and stuff. So what we need to do now is this still simulating? It is. Okay. Let's go water waves projection. Get water surface. Here we go. Do I want to do it on get water surface or... We're traveling through wherever it finds a crevice, cruises of the mesh is outstanding. So real looking runs of the game. Grey zone warfare. They've done this with their rain system. When it rains, sides of the road fill up with deep water, and the rain on the road slide down the gutters and stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Like this stuff here is from rain. Like it's just kind of drawing itself. It's just like a noise. Every frame. Where is it? Render target. Water velocity. Yeah, so you can actually see little flecks doing flecky things. I can pump it up a tiny bit as well. Drive water flow surface. Manage water flow. Here we go. Put that up to 3. Start it again. Alright, well now it's just like flooding, raining. But yeah, you can see it running down. There's enough velocity here for it to actually like get over the thing. That might be a bit too much of it, but yeah. And then that's the velocities, which is what's driving the flow map texture panning. The collision on this is horrible. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more immersive, or like, it's more detailed than a, what's it called? A thing. I also want to do, like a particle mask where the water is traveling over, like, steep parts here, So I want to be like spawning little, you know, little fuckos that are like shooting off of that. And then same with, imagine there's like imagine like a house, right? Like this. Great house. Now it's 3D. I'm so confused. Okay, it's a house. Trust me. Maybe it could be like this. Yeah, I'm an artist. Good save, good save. Okay, so there's a house. And because the simulation is top down, the water would run off the roof. Then it would get to here, and it would just continue on down here. And look really stupid. And so I'm thinking when water flow gets to something like past a certain normal distance, because the normals are actually the height difference, then we could be like, okay, let's spawn particles at this location that like drip down and then like, you know. Although I don't know what would happen down here. That would just be kind of like, you know. It'd look dumb as fuck. It would either be completely dry or it would have the velocity of this one. So I don't know what to do in that case, but I don't know. Unless the roof could just have like a not even draw to the height, and it could just have like a flow map based on its normals, and then it would just, the water would just do water things, I guess. I don't fucking know. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Yes, yes. Alright, how much have I missed? How's the performance, though? 1.5 milliseconds. But there's some big optimizations I can make. Any more updates of Injury Story? Yeah, no much longer. We can don't starve. We can don't starve. You know what? I wanna look at that actually. Vintage Story. No, no updates. Sad. Epic sucks. Unreal Trolls. All these plugins say they're in beta in the plugins tab, yet they're forever unsupported. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. How do you get the crevice of the tiles? Is it all masking with tile material? Ah, so the masking within the tiles, so because it's all based on height RVT data, I just get the tiles, get the height map, sorry. So whatever the height map is, so this is the stone path, whatever, I get the height map, multiply it by, I think it's 20. Yeah, subtract 0.5, multiply by 20, so it's 10 units up, 10 units down, and just add that to the world position, and put that into the RVT height data. And then the normals get calculated based on the height, or the difference in height from one pixel to another. In the simulation, I mean. Might need more coffee in a sec. I'm getting... My throat's getting sore. Make a culture without overhanging roof? That's a great idea. Your Sandbox, how's it going? How are you doing? It's good to hear from you. Nice mug. Yeah, it's the big one. It's the Baby Yoda mug. Big boy. I guess in the case of getting water surface, I don't actually need to get the water height RVT if I've pre-calculated it in the other dude. Right, we were doing this. So unit. This is why I drew this square. Because we've got a dude inside another dude. Which this one is a quarter. Sorry, a half size. Half resolution, which is a quarter size. Yeah. So we need to... So if this is our 0 to 1, this would end up being 025 to 075. 0, 1. So that just means I can kind of... If I'm guaranteeing that the Gerstner wave render target is double the size, then I can kind of just, like, fuck with it a bit by doing plus 0.5 in both dudes. So plus 0.5 brings us here. Then... Well, yeah, that would bring us to this guy here. Then... divide by 2, right? And then sample water wave data pixel. Let me just let me debug that into somewhere here. Water wave data. Water wave data, whatever. Snack context. Go into here. Ready or draw water. Water velocity final. Water wave data. Watching a bunch of different crazy stuff. True. What? Oh, what is going on here? Water velocity. Oh, I'm not. I didn't. What have you been watching? What do I, water surface. Water data grid. Water wave data grid. Water wave data grid, yeah. Oh, it's just called wave data grid. Okay. Water velocity. So this should be... David Lynch movies. Nice, nice. Hell yeah. A lot. Ocean wave data art. This guy. Okay, yeah, this is like the center here, right? Yes. Perfect fit. Cool. Okay, that's good, that's good. That means that we're getting the data in the correct location. So then we can water wave data pixel. If the height is an absolute value, then we can do... we can do just break vector 4. Instead of getting our water height, this guy, we're just going to get this guy. Because the water wave height... well, I don't know if that will be... oh, what the fuck have I done? Oh, I'm still drawing stuff to the thing. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? I don't know. Why... oh. Confusion. I'm dividing by 0 somewhere. Presumably. Or I'm dumb. Could be either. What wave data pixel? W world height. So that should be giving me the surface, right? Yeah, so that's fine. This is our surface here. But I want to be... well, maybe I should... let me try... water wave WPO, water height RVT. Let me try dividing the height by, like, 10. And then we'll multiply it by 10 on the other side. Because it can only be stored in 16-bit, unless I turn it into a 32-bit. But the whole grid would have to be 32-bit then, which is kind of annoying. So then in here, I'll now multiply it by 10. Now that we're in working space. And then... when will the game be released? Yes. Alright, no, still not. Something's happening. Oh no, but that's the material effect only. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay, what if I just... let's just yeet this guy in. Water wave WPO. Water wave data pixel. Water wave data pixel. Maybe I'm just getting the wrong name. Manage water. Get water surface. Water wave data pixel vector 4. Water wave data pixel, and that's on the wave data grid. Water wave data grid. Here. Water wave data grid. Wave data grid. Cool. Okay. And we know that this is getting some stuff through, because we did that. So it's just this guy here. So what I could do is add this now to this. If it's just an offset value. Which again, I don't like, but might be... no? Why are you so... shitty? If it's just the RVT, then it's totally happy. It knows where the surface is, blah, blah. What do I WPO to 2D? Apply an offset. Is it the same? Water wave WPO. Yeah, sample the previous one. Get me the Z offset. Smack that into here. Into the alpha. Water wave data pixel. And that's WPO. That's not the Gerstner waves. Water wave WPO minus previous WPO gives us velocity. That's fine. And then water wave WPO gets set. Water wave data pix. Yeah, again, I know that these are all fine. There must be some kind of fuckery happening. Let's just try this. Plus like a clamped ass version of it. Let's... Is it... No, it can't be getting the... Because it's XY. Gerstner waves, WPO. Temp water wave, WPO. That is the Z. Which is this guy. They all get added together, giving us the final result. Resulting WPO. Water wave WPO. Get water wave WPO local variable. And just put that into water wave WPO stack context variable. And then at the projection stage, get water wave WPO. Get the Z value. Do some shit with it. What if I just yeet it into here? Just to fuck around. So this, again, this is an offset value. Not the actual RVT height. So now in here, if I just get any of these and add it to the world height. Is it maybe like a bug with combining 16-bit and... No. Wait, is the bottom one... Yeah, the water height. Okay. Why would it be going so fucky? Or maybe I need to subtract it. That shouldn't be doing anything, though. This is just going to say now that, oh, the surface is... like, you know, way down. The water surface, I mean. If it was this plus this, then let's just see if it does anything. So we go water flow surface. Okay, I can see it doing some offset. So yeah, it should be like, as it goes up here, doing some shit, yeah. I don't understand. Why would it be going to, like, infinity? I mean, it's kind of working. I mean, there's no velocity, obviously, but... Oh, is it because the water height... Sorry, the water mesh... isn't... No, it goes all the way to here, right? Yeah. And that is drawing to the runtime virtual texture water height. Hmm. Is it just a bit depth thing now, or? Because, yeah, we'd obviously want that to then apply velocity so it shoots up further. The other thing that should be happening now is that the character... Oh, I might even need to do this at the input stage. Switching between landscape material, RVT texture using camera depth fade, a good idea in terms of optimization. Also, because like that appropriate. Yes, perfectly appropriate. However, the thing to keep in mind with shaders is that they don't have branching. So if you do, let's say you've got a parameter, which is saying, you know, oh, I'm doing like 1 million instructions, and I have a parameter, and then it's set to multiply by 1. But then you change it to then multiply by 0. And so the effect is turned off. It's still doing all of those calculations. And then at the very end, it's multiplying it by 0. So using, you know, stateless things like distance or time or whatever isn't going to optimize at all. In fact, it kind of does the opposite. You know, you're just adding extra stuff. Or you're like doing 2 types of... You're essentially doing twice the amount of work for only one of the outputs, if that makes sense. So why is it that this, if it isn't clamped, just like shits the bed? Like, what the... you know what? Fuck it. I'll just clamp it at 10,000. Hopefully we don't have waves bigger than... How big's 10,000? That's 100 meters, right? Hopefully we don't have waves bigger than 100 meters. Although, that would be kind of sick, you know. All good, all good. The, Yeah. Landscape optimization, or landscape materials in general, is like a whole thing. It's a whole ass thing. So I wonder if I can do in here. So again, doing this, but if I do the absolute height, so plus the RVT, water height RVT. What is that? What I'm calling it in here? Water wave RVT height. Maybe that's why it was fucked up before. Projection, water wave RVT height. So then I should be able to just do this straight into here without the RVT. Okay, and that works now. Yeah, well, yeah, it's pushing the stuff up. So now all we need to do is... So where do we apply velocity, right? Because we don't want to just apply velocity. Well, actually, let me try that. That might be cool. If I use the waves as a driver, water wave data, I'll just do it in fucking... manage water flow, somewhere where I'm adding extra velocity multiplied by a bunch of shit. Water projection. I'd want to do it before here, so that would be probably before the advection stage, which is, well, I do vorticity confinement first. Manage water flow. Oh, one other thing that I'll need to do with this water stuff is... So, because the waves are moving back and forth, the surface ripples, for one, have to move with it. So that means that I want the texture to be sampled excluding WPO. So sample water, world position, excluding material offsets. So that, yeah, the ripples get pulled out, right? But that also means that the location that I'm drawing to will look incorrect. So you can see here, as the waves move, it doesn't line up with my mouse. So I would need to distort the inputs by the wave WPO. So that when we're like running around, our ripples are in the correct place. Does that make sense? But yeah, let me see what happens if I apply the waves as velocity. Although, is that gonna... Because of the fucking... Is that gonna work? Maybe I'd need it pre-distorted. Which I can do easily. But, yeah. Alright, add water input to water sim, I think, is where I'll do this. So we want to get the... input, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm already... What was it? What was a 4-vector? It was called water wave data. I don't fucking know. Get water surface. It was called water wave data. Water wave data. Stat context. So what happens if I just yeet a little bit of velocity into here, you know? Let's just like convert. Let's just bring it out of here. This is an experiment. I don't know if this will work. Because, like, the waves are shader-based, but we could use the velocity of them to add velocity to, like, the fine simulation. Which is, like... I don't know if this will compile or not, but... Like, this kind of shit, right? Like, the water flow. Which will, like, move the foam and shit around as well. But... let's just see what happens. I have a feeling it will be, like, dumb as hell. Like, it won't make sense, but it might just add a bit more detail within the simulation zone. Let me just grab a delta. So, velocity multiplied by delta. Multiplied by some constant 1. And then add that, I guess, here. Alright. Moment of truth. This is going to be so dumb. Oh, yep. It's dumb. Hold on. Was that the water wave data? Did it just go to, like, infinity or something? Do I need to clamp it, maybe? It looks like it's dividing by 0 somewhere. Let me just do a clamp. Oh, like, I don't understand. Clamp. Negative 5,000. Positive 5,000. Into here. Multiplied by delta time. Added to new water velocity. I should be getting, like, water surface and doing that, but I don't fucking care. Yeah, see? What's with that? It's weird. Alright, let's add more. Let's do, yeah, like 1. This is just gonna go nuts. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Yeah. Interesting, interesting. Okay, let's do less than that. Just enough to maybe, like, get a bit of distortion happening. Like, that might be fine. Maybe, oh, I've got a freaking what's it called there? Like a whirlwind. Because yeah, at least this should now be pushing it up here. Well, no, it's only a tiny bit though. How do we know that it's like crashing onto our beach? Right? Like, how do we know that we want to apply we want to apply the true velocity here? I guess we'd need to compare it to the original water height. Or maybe just as it is close to... when it's close to the shore. You know? Then we want it to be like, oh yeah, like smush all that up. Just smush it. The other thing I want to do is, yeah, look at that, it's going nuts. I mean, at least there, well, yeah, no, because we want it to pass off. Because, like, here, it's still applying the velocity and stuff. Even though it shouldn't be. It should be the velocity masked by where the water is, like, some distance from the land height. So if it's, like, really close, but if it's below it, we don't care. So I guess then it is literally just... where's water surface? Because the water surface... Let me debug water surface real quick. Where is our... ready water RTs? Water surface... It's not on here. Float. Water surface. Let's schmack... Oh, wait, no, it is in here somewhere. There it is. Remove. Water surface can go into the alpha of the first render target. And then the other thing we need to do is sample the distance fields at the height of the water, and then get the distance field gradient, and then we can do some real fucky shit, you know? I mean, that looks decent now. It's drying up very quickly, but I don't know why. Is that it? I don't think that's it. Why? Oh, right, because we've turned the wetness off. Duh. It's losing too much pressure. Like that. Where's it going? I mean, it's getting there. Like, that looks kind of fucking sick, if you ask me. What do you guys reckon? I just don't want to do the velocity here too much. So I think it would need to be the water surface, but frack it. Frack the water surface. Although the water surface is, I think it's 20 units above and 20 units below, so that I can control, like, you know, stop applying gravity above it and whatever. Yeah, but it's all coming together. I mean, this is pretty fucking sick, you know? So if I was doing, where was it? It was add water input to water sim. If I was doing this at full strength on water surface, because that's just like, that'll be doing it everywhere where the water surface is. Which is still here, but only when the waves, you know, do stuff. Yeah, I don't know why this is also dissipating so quickly. Because, yeah, like, it's pushing it out and up. I mean, that's probably because there's so much fucking build-up. Oh, what if I just got the water surface and run that through... Wait, was that this one? No, that's delta time. This is the surface. Chuck it through a 2-period sine. 2-period sine sat. So now it's only going to apply the velocity where the, you know, when it's near the bit, where it hits the shoreline. Although, maybe I need to dot that, because now it's going to, like, as it comes back, it's going to suck it and push it out. Really weird. So, yeah, because I don't want it to, like, you can see it happening. I don't want it to accelerate back this way. See that? It's like, it's sucking it. So I would need to dot it against the flow normals. So if we get this guy, so the velocity we're trying to do, I might also, let me just clamp this. Fuck it, whatever. Let's just get the normalized fella. We will dot that against the water flow normals. This is getting really messy. I don't even know if I want to do it. So this is add water input to water sim. I guess technically it is. Or is it more flow management? I don't know. Let's get a 2D. Water flow surface, I'm pretty sure. Stack context. This guy. If I don't normalize, let me check a reroute down. If I don't normalize it, it should be better or worse on shorter slopes. Let me try normalizing it. And then chuck that in. Clamp it and chuck it in. So now it should only do it when the normals are... Oh no, it needs to go the other way. It's only doing it when the... Yeah, I'm dumb as fuck. Let's negate that. Smack it in. Okay, so now it should only transfer the wave velocity at the intersection point. At the intersection point, but only in the direction, you know, into the shore, I guess. So it shouldn't be sucking it back outwards. Yeah, so now it's transferring it in. There's a little bit of suction on the way back, but, you know. And so if I look at the water render target, this one has the surface here. Yeah. Okay, so you can see that this is where the waves are intersecting with the landscape at any given point. But then the flow should remain here. But yeah, see, the flow dissipates too quickly. Because, like, I'm intentionally doing that so that water will flow nicely. But it means that, like, all down here kind of gets shit on a little bit. I could hack it by getting the first 10% of the wetness mask. What do you think is... If I did this, 9 and 10, or 0.9 and 10, then the flow should stick around a bit longer. Or at least visually stick around a bit longer. Which looks a bit nicer. Yeah. But yeah, I need it to kind of stick. I mean, look, if I did this, right? If I went to manage water flow and then turned this down, then it would last longer, but it also wouldn't coalesce into the cracks properly. You know? So you can see, like, all this rain. Usually by now it would have filled in all the cracks of the tiles. Like, yeah, it's just taking so long. So yeah, it's almost like the viscosity is not really there. Yeah, now you can see it starting to do its thing. But you compare that to, I think that was O2 before. Compare that to this. Where, like, you know, it really goes into the cracks and whatnot. You have process saturation? No, I don't. It's just all 100% hard. It's not like 100% hard, because this bit here is non-physical. Like it loses mass. So I guess you could say that it is porous in some way. Alright, I need to wee, but you guys can watch this for a bit if you want. Also, is B foam or no? It isn't. All right. I told you guys it would all come together, you know? It's all coming together. I think the where is it? Water sim input. I think I shouldn't do a 1-to-1 transfer of the velocity. I feel like it's kind of like, yeah, shooting up over that too much. There's definitely a balance to be met. Like, yeah, no, that needs to go way bigger. Oh, I also need to, no, I think the sign's fine, actually. Maybe sign by 2. So that even when the water is kind of like underneath, it behaves nicely. Let me try wetness. Wetness as flow a little bit longer. That might help enough to sort of keep it saturated longer. Yeah. Hmm. The only problem is then, it kind of seems as though the water multiplies as it moves around, but I guess who fucking cares, you know? Have you done most of everything with blueprints? Yes, I'm like 90% blueprints. I'm a blueprint boy. Do breaks have this type of calculations in a game, or is it for rendering? No, this is all running in game. At like 120 FPS. That's my whole shtick is doing bullshit. Doing really dumb stuff. That's my goal. One thing, well, I guess it No, I need that there for the far away stuff, like over here. Stuff that's out of simulation range needs that. Let me put the wetness back into this guy. Maybe, where's the input? Add input, blah, 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 blah. Maybe instead of a sign, because that would be, no, that concentrates on the thing with a, no, maybe I need to do just this times 2 saturate. Oh no, but I want the, that's gonna do all its fucky stuff now. Hold on. We want to do... this, and then frack. Is that, no, is that the wrong way around? Do I need to 1 minus it then frack? No, that's these. See, that should have, like, drawn on it a lot more. But it just, yeah, it doesn't. Try 1 minus frack. We don't see purposes for Prismatic Escape. I didn't do any of it. Sov did the drawers, like the shape gathering stage, in C++. I don't know any C++. I'm too small brain. Like, I'm actually super dumb. I know this seems impressive, but it's just, I got lucky. I just plugged some nodes together and it just worked, you know? Maybe I will do it full velocity. So it imparts it fully. Yeah. Keep in mind that this is all two-dimensional. All of this. And then the 3D is here. Can I, like... show wireframe mode. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's not gonna be happy. This is all this fucking shit I've got everywhere. Okay, you know what? No wireframes. You'd be OP AF if you did. I mean, yeah, look. Probably. So what I want to do is... I want this to carry up the shoreline. But I don't want this to sample the height RVT if it doesn't need to. What's this coming from? Water height. Oh no, that's this stuff. I want this stuff here. That's getting the land height. So let's go to world position offset. Let's do all that shit. World position plus... Well, no, I want to... I want it to stick to the landscape, or stick to the stuff, but only... So that's its final WPO. World position offset. You're just doing some motion wave shit. So then world position Z plus final WPO Z. Oh, no, would it have to be... No, I just want it to, like, stick... Pretty much just stick above the landscape based on the flow amount. So that is literally just... If I did this... So no WPO shit. This is just going to say, get the landscape height map. And... Well, fucking do nothing, apparently. World height. Landscape. If I did this, then it would stick to the landscape. Is this not the fucking material that I'm... No, it is. It is. It literally is. Get world position Z. Why won't you fucking... Was the performance different between movements before the C++ from Blueprint? Yeah, it was like a 10 times performance increase. Which is mainly because... Oh, it's because I'm saturating. What the fuck am I doing that for, huh? Mainly because it was doing so many iterations. So Blueprint kind of gets more... It's kind of like every time you call a function or do something in Blueprint, it costs some juice. What the fuck is happening here, huh? That's not... That's not where the RVT is. Do I want to be doing this? Question mark. I think I want to min this. Then subtract it from EU. Okay, that's smacking it down to the landscape. But then this is not doing that. So if it was this way around, maybe, question mark, question mark. No. Okay, okay, hold on. World height minus actual height. What does that do? That should be smushing it. Okay, it's definitely smushing it, and it's getting smushed. I don't understand this. Like, where... What? These are drawing to the... the RVTs, right? Landscape interaction height. Is it? Interaction height. Water data. Okay. So what the fuck is... What is this? Eh? Eh? Like, that's not where this is. Oh! I know what it is. It's because I'm dumb as fuck. It's because I am dumb as fuck. I was doing it in all 3 axes instead of just the Z. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay, so this is it squashed to the landscape. Very swag. So then what I want to do is max the max of both of them minus the world position of the actual stuff. Okay, so now we've got this doing its usual stuff. Then this is hugging the landscape. But then I want to get the... I want this to fade out as it gets, like, 2 meters clipping. So cursed. Oh, but then I'm going to have... What do I do for the normals? Fuck. Let's get this minus that without... well, no, because this is saying apply a positive offset. So I could then divide this by... Well, if I did that by 10... No, because... well, I mean, kind of, yeah. That would let it do it a tiny bit, but no. I want to do... Because this would, make it only go half down. So I want it to go fully... How do I make this fucking gradient? Let's just raw dog that. So that's all white, and that's all black. So we want to do a gradient that goes up to here. That's going to be going... Oh, no, that's correct, yeah. A 1,000 units, maybe 2,000 units. Maybe 1,000. We don't want it to go too high up. Because we need it to fall off by the time that we run out of water meshes, right? I guess. Yeah, that might be fine. Okay, so now we've got this gradient. So we want to say... So if we do this again, that's going to smoosh it upwards so that it follows the landscape. Oh, what is that? Is that more? Oh, they're from down here. That's cursed. Fuck, you know what? I guess this is our new test thing, so these guys can all fuck off. Oh god, that's... Okay, you know what? Let's just... Wow, that's ugly. But maybe useful, but maybe ugly. So let's do this, saturate, or like a gradient of like, I don't know, 10, maybe 50. So that's like from here to there. Although, where does it start? It goes here and then rides up. So let's subtract half of that. Or, no, sorry, add half of that. So that will move this down to here. And... no, because it's... Right, we don't get any here because it's got the max on it. That makes sense. I guess I'd have to do it unmaxed to get the... If I wanted to do it like this. So that it actually could move further down. Yeah. So then with this mask, I want to... Let's saturate. With this mask, we want to do this. So this is now sitting above here, but then as we get further and further up, we want it to fall off. So let's do... So this guy here, base color. So as it goes up to here, we want it to dip down. So let's get this. And then subtract, oh, sorry, multiply it by some number. Negative 10? I don't know. And then add that to this guy. So that should now sit Yeah, ish. 25. Can I, MIP value, MIP level, force this into, like, MIP 3 or something? Slightly better? Yeah. What was this guy doing again? This was, like, here. So let's get this multiplied by 10. Add that in. This is so fucking dumb. And then this should be more down. Okay, decent. So this is where the water mesh is allowed to ride up when there is water flow. So that means, what do I multiply this shit by to get our water flow to, like, expose this? Water flow is in velocity alpha here. So at what point here it's then going down. I mean, it's still dumb as fuck. I don't even know. Well, no, because it's only going to be exposed when there's water flow. So, oops. So what's this saying to do? That's saying move up. I could tell this to move down. And then... And then, because now it's just sitting right underneath. So then I could just, like, add this multiplied by water flow, inverted, multiply this by that. This is the dumbest shit I've ever done. This is fucking stupid. Why am I even bothering with this shit? No, but there's no fucking water flow, you piece of shit. Or is there? Maybe there is. Oh, and the rest of the fucking... Yeah, I don't know. This will... it could be okay once the opacity's not totally fucked up. But then I'd have to get the WPO. WPO, and then add that to... No, this is dumb. Just fucking yeet that into there. Ugh. I'm just trying to think. No, because we'd need to... So yeah, that's all fine. But obviously we need it to stick around. So that means we would need to get this 1 minus and multiply the WPO so that it doesn't do it below the surface, but then we also do want it to do that, but we just want it to also have... I don't know, what's the fucking point? It's just gonna get artifacty as well, because of, like, other shit. I don't fucking know, bruh. Buh. Let's go back. How to make material in Unreal 3D looking, but I'm stuck. Explain how to do it, thanks so much. You could try using bump offset for the cheapest approach. Or you could do parallax occlusion mapping. Both of which I have videos you can watch if you're interested. Alright, maybe I'll give that another go another time, but Seebs for now. I guess we'll just stick with 2D for a bit. I don't know. I don't know. Why did that... Is that because of the velocity made it up the slope? Yeah. Actually, that's something I wanted to do. You know how earlier I was talking about a thing? I was talking about something. Probably. I was probably talking. Oh, true, it never makes it underneath here because... Oh, fuck, hold on. How can I... Oh, God, I don't know. Too complex for me. Yeah, so... Earlier I was talking about how... water can flow, like the velocity for water going down a slope needs to be clamped, because when you look at because it's a top-down projected simulation, when you're moving across a steep surface in XY, you're moving really fast downwards. However, that clamping introduces some weird artifacting, like this, for example. I can just, like, shoot water up this slope. Like, really extremely. So I guess I need to damp velocity past a certain threshold from moving up slopes like that. And then when it moves down, it needs to move at its normal speed. You know what else I should be able to do? Hold on. I should be able to increase the waves, you know? Like the height of the waves. This is only at 0.2. Oh, fuck. This is 0.75. Now that looks dumb. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty nice. Functionality in your plugin? Yes. Yes, Gar. Yeah, but because it's not... Maybe I do need to do something with this. When it goes, like, below, I need to, like, clamp it or something. Just so it doesn't have these gaps. I mean, I could... I could do so that, like, at the edge of the thing, the WPO can't go negative, for example. So if I got, like, this, and then used that to clamp the Z. So we get this, we go clamp. Well, no, not even clamp. I'd want to get this and max the Z only. Let's go 100 and 200, and then saturate this. R and G, we don't care. But then for this, we want to max it at... Well, no, we'd need to, like... lerp it between negative big number and 0. And that goes into there. And then, so that should stop it from moving below its own, you know, it should stop it from, like, sucking itself out as much. Yeah, that was decent. I don't know. If I just did this, that would just stop it from going negative full stop, right? No, what? Oh, because I haven't even fucking plugged it in, because I'm dumb. I'm a dumb boy. So this will stop it from going negative. That also means that, like, it's just flat here. It doesn't go down below itself, which is dumb. We'd only want that to happen here. That's some big ass waves. But I mean, look, it's kind of working, I guess. Where's the, let me put a post or a cylinder. Where's the cylinder? Any cylinders? No. Any cubes? This should just work based on distance fields alone. Like, it shouldn't need to be drawing to the height, I think. Yeah. Can we get a big one? Any big waves? Where is my distance fields shit? Are these even drawing? Effect distance field lighting. Why are you not? Where was I doing? Water particles, water velocity, and wind to water sim. I swear it was like up there somewhere. Oh no, it's in the water flow surface, that's it. Okay, so distance field is distance field. Distance field, we're getting water pixel location world space, water pixel location world space, cool. Getting distance field 25 units above. And then doing some shit. And then water flow surface, so that should be, yeah. Oh, it could be that this, because it's being safe normalized, that it needs to be way stronger. That would be it, yeah. Because it's technically not blocking. I mean, I could use it to block water flow, so that it deletes water flow, which would then... Yeah, it doesn't like that very much. If I deleted water flow... Maybe if I deleted water flow and velocity, it would, yeah, it would shift around it. So running circles want to have complicated shading near the player, RVT on the distance. Possible, reasonable, or should I just throw the idea away? I think it's technically possible. Because, like, landscape chunks can have different materials. Because something that landscapes do is... let's say this was a landscape. You know the landscape layer blend stuff? If you drew grass and dirt and sand in this one, it would compile a unique shader with those combinations in it. You know, grass and dirt and sand. But then in this one, if you only drew grass, then it would compile a new shader that only does the grass instructions. So this chunk would be cheaper to render than this one. But because... So you could maybe do that with the landscape chunks somehow, where you would have like a switch, a static switch boolean or whatever, that would be, you know, the near version, and then you could have a switch that would compile a separate shader for the far versions, and then switch between them kind of on the fly. But I don't know how... I don't know how well that would work. Oh, you know what this little shadow here is? That's because we're not taking into account the offset. No, but this is supposed to be with the offset. Oh no, because this doesn't have the WPO offset. This shit here. I guess there's not much. I mean, it looks fine. It kind of looks like it's crashing, even though it's technically an artifact. Swoosh. Look at that. Exactly. Happy little accidents. That's right. Alright, what's next? I guess the particle shit? Or maybe I'm too tired. What time is it? 4:30. Do I want to leave it on a high note? Or do I want to break my brain doing this particle bullshit? I think I'll break my brain. Let me get the other render target in. Wait, am I even No, I'm not even... What even gets drawn to this render target? Nothing. Foam's already working? Technically, but I just haven't... So this is the... No, that's the height. This is the foam here. I'm just not visualizing it. And the foam also isn't... I think what I'll do is I'll use the particle mask. So when this smashes against these rocks, I'll then make it do foam. And then the foam will get pushed around and do that kind of shit, you know? Like if I just did a quick little flow example and we got this. Just do all the same shit, I guess. UVs. Texture would be different. Flow map. Flow speed. I don't care. Texture is our water foam. Water noise. Where is water noise? Texture. Grab them all out. Break. You know what? I'll just get the fucking R channel. Mask. R. Subtract 1. Get our foam mask, which is the B channel of the velocity. Yeah, B channel of velocity. Okay, this guy. Multiplied by 2. Clamped at some value 1.5. Add them together. Oop. Bam, bam. Oh, fuck you. Bam, bam. And then I might also just get this by itself and max that over it. Just for like the kind of foaminess. And then this would then go... Fuck, I don't know. Base color. What is this doing? Is this the right... This is the... Oh, this is for the surface shit. Ah. In this case, it would be a... lerp. I thought this was for the water. Let's just lerp between... this at 0 and 1 here. And then that will be the stuff. And I'll also... You know what? The foam can be shiny. I don't give a fuck. Oh, and also DDX, DDY normals. Very strong. 100, 100. We'll just add that in to the normals. Pretty simple, add normals. Bam, bam. Alright, let's see. This is gonna look like cum, isn't it? It's totally gonna look like cum. It's just... Okay, no, it's not terrible. I could contrast this. Wow. I mean, the foam shouldn't be shiny, you know? Okay, why is it so... schloopy? I should probably invert. Power inversion. Power inversion! Yeah, come on. Tell me that doesn't look like something. So that's it, like, on the shore. I should probably make the water velocity draw foam. Or maybe the water pressure should draw foam. Like if I just go... I think it's in the input stage. Add water input. Yeah, water foam. Is just some fucking input. Do some shit. You know, I'm just gonna YOLO. This is disgusting. We're just gonna get... float, water, velocity, pressure... Absolute. Maybe just positive, actually. Well, divided by really, really, really big number. Then saturated. Then add water foam, I guess. I don't fucking know. Give me some delta. Smush that in. Cool. Alright, so where there's positive pressure, we will be drawing foam. Okay, that's like everywhere. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that's even up here. Ah, true. True. We'd need to do some offset. Minus 5,000. So only above a certain pressure, it will do it. So hopefully it doesn't happen up here. I mean, it's not fucked up. It's not terrible. It's very there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. The velocity RT... It is foaming up in some places because of the rain, but... It's not that bad, honestly. I think maybe if it was less... Well, less of it. I could even maybe do that. This is just scratch pad shit. Ocean latte. I think the... strength of it in the material is a bit fucky as well. Comment. Let me also get the alpha channel. Add these together. Divide by 2. Into there. So this will combine 2 texture types. That's a yikes. Okay, not bad, not bad. Still a bit... Still a bit, still a bit cummy. It's just like, it's coagulated, you know? We want it to be foam. Oh, I guess it needs to dissipate. I don't think the foam's ever dissipating. Let me just, like, hack together some fucking... God, I don't know. Multiply it by the... 1 minus delta time... No, delta time times... some value. Delta time times some value 0.2 1 minus multiply. So now it should fade out over time properly. Maybe I should have done it subtractively, though. Doesn't look too bad, you know. Maybe I'll just do this one here. Oh, maybe it's just, maybe no contrast, question mark? I don't know. And then let's do in here, just delta time multiplied by thingo subtracted from the dude. Right here. Right here. Right now. Right here. So now it will linearly dissolve rather than the foamiest bits going down quicker. That's way too fast. 0.001. Not bad. That looks dumb. Oh, that's a lot of foam. That's a foamy boy. Jesus Christ. It means I can also make foam. If you, like, kick a puddle hard enough, it will foam up. I guess. I don't know. I'd probably need to mask it by water surface versus water land surface. But I mean, that doesn't look terrible. Question mark? Okay, maybe it can dissipate a little bit faster. The other thing I need to do, obviously, is... I'm pretty sure I was doing it here. Let's see. This went into here, which also went into there. And then let's just get this guy multiplied by 0.5 maxed here. Is that's... I feel like I'm actually going crazy. Like, just hacking together all of these, like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? It's fucked. Oh, there's also the foam mask. Fuck. Just add that in somewhere. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Well, no, but then I need the... well... Foam... Let's just yeet this motherfucker into there. Then there. So that's foam plus foam into the foam. Spaghetti Jedem would be oh my... Wait, is that just because... That's a lot of cum. Let's see. What's that final foam mask? That's not how that works. Oh, because it's going into that power node. Yeah, I'd need to, like... that's not terrible. But then, like, yeah, all this foam... Yeah, so that is there. That's the thing, though, is that the... Oh, yeah, okay, you know what? Let me get rid of this guy. Would you ever make a tutorial on making water like this? Looks incredible. Thank you. Kind of. See, it's doing that. Well, that's just because I'm adding 0.2 though, right? That was just like raw dogged. See, the hard part is that the water is moving back and forth. So it doesn't line up here. Because, like, yeah, see, it's getting double texturing. And I don't know how to alleviate that. See that? See. Oh, I could do, because, yeah, like, it has to be like that so that it swooshes around with the waves, you know? Ah, is the... I think the foam is advecting... Where is advect? Advect shit. Apply my nuts. Advect. Fuck, where is it? Water velocity advection. Foam advection multiplier 0.5. Ah, so the foam's moving half as fast as the other shit. Oh, that causes it to, like, bunch up, though. Well, yeah. Okay, maybe 0.5 is decent. Although it should probably dissipate as well, right? But yeah, I'm not sure what to do to make this line up with here. Look at that scuffed DDX DDY phone. Let me check this guy. Yeah, see, it's just bunching. Although maybe that's just because it's fading out too quickly. Maybe a multiplicative fade out is the play. Now that's goopy. Yeah, I just don't know what to do here. I could do, like, as it gets closer to the shore, like, we blend between world space, what do you call it? We blend between, well, because, like, here's the problem, right? I'll show you the problem. You can see, like, these foam bits. You know what? That's just fucking dumb. Let me just get this and just unfuck it real quick. Let's get you. Let's not add. Let's just get this guy, power of fucking Jesus. And then this guy added after it. Some factor, who cares? Suck my nuts. Added here. And bam, clamp that. I don't know, UE5. No, no contrast. Fuck contrast. Who needs that shit? You know what? I like the contrast. Bring the contrast back. It is back. No, it's not. You go there. Well, no. What are you going into? Oh, that's going to the DDX DDY. Ah. Okay, 0133. Just, yeah. Go big. Okay, bit of foam, bit of foam. So this is foam that is hard-coded into the material, which is useful for, like, you know, the distance, far distance shit. Okay, so... yeah, okay, so the problem, right? Gerstner waves, by definition, go in a circular motion. You can see, like, this texture kind of gyrating. Like this. Goes in circles. And so what I've done is wherever I'm using world position, we're using world position excluding material offset. So without that on, it would look like... it would look like the waves are moving underneath the texture, and the texture's sliding along it. So I'll show you now. Show you how dumb it would look. So now you can see, like, the water ripples are just looking dumb as fuck. And the foam is, like, you know, it's like this is a carpet, and you've got a bunch of stuff sitting on top of it, and there's a cat moving underneath it. It's a dumb example, but yeah. But, so the upside would be that these should line up. If this wasn't using a really fucking stupid number here. Maybe? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't care. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Anyway, technically they would line up. Yeah, like, more or less. That's very bright. Okay, yeah, you can see them lining up relatively well. That's a lot of calm. Yeah, so I'm not sure how to bridge the gap between them. I still think a WPO like solution to get the water sitting above the landscape would be good, so that it didn't just disappear entirely. I think that is important. The only trouble is, like, it would then do stuff here as well, you know? Yeah, I think it looks really good when it isn't on the the ocean shit. If I just got it to, like, chill the fuck out. Hey, lady cat. A smoocher? Hmm? Yeah. Hop on my fat tummy? Good girl. You pairing? Mm-hmm. Oh! Don't fall. Smoocha. Come here. What a funny cat. Here? Wanna hop up again? You wanna go outside? You wanna go eat more rats? Oh, comfy? You hopping over? Hop up. I'll hold it. Yeah. I'll hold it for you. Yeah. Got it. Open up. There you go. You love sitting there, don't you? What a good caddy. Why am I out of focus? How about easy WA would need to find the bounties where it starts to fall off? Yeah. 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 Rumors about hypersmanic has arrived. You're not wrong. The cats do all the work. You know what's cool about doing the foam on the shore is that it actually looks like it's under the water. You know, like there. Like you get like the parallaxed foam down here. Let me do something real quick. Let me go foliage mode. Do I have any rocks? Stone? You know, maybe not even foliage mode. Let me just do rock. Or I think it's lime. Limestone rocks. Here we go. Make a little water obstacle course. Also, I'm just gonna like smack this material onto these guys. Fuckers. Oh, they all need to draw to the RVT height, fella. And I might just make this, what's the thing? You know, thingo. Word aligned. Yeah, something like that. Do you HLSL? No, I don't. I'm too dumb for that shit. You know how it is. I'm just too dumb. That's a bit cursed, but that's decent. Not terrible. It's not terrible for being completely two-dimensional. Oh wow, that's it's an interesting normal map. What do you want, Lady Cat? Hey, off. Hmm. Hmm. What is it? Hey, off, please. What did you do? Hey. Yes, I'll put you outside in a minute. Yes, hey, excuse me. What are you... Cat! Hop. Hoppin'. Boppin' off. Thank you. Hey, what are you doing? Lady Cat, hop off the keyboard. What the fuck? Excuse me. What? Yes, I'm wrapping up in a second. Can you please behave, please? Yes, yes, yes. Hmm? What is? Said bedtime? Yeah. Well, it's actually time to go outside for the cats. Hey, 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 what are you doing? What are you doing? Hop. Hopping, bopping, out. Hmm? You're a funny girl. Hmm? 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 You're funny. Funny girl, Lady Cat. Hmm? I can't see the water. I want to see it doing its thing. Maybe I should be setting the velocity rather than adding it. Well, no. Excuse me. Can I get the ocean manager, Lady Cat? Thank you. Yeah, I can't see, brother. Brother girl. When the phone goes underwater. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty easy fix. These are some big waves. This is like super chill waves now. I mean, that looks like they're kind of crashing, right? When we use the positive flow pressure to make the foam. ETA Peacecape update a few months after this stuff. I'll probably have it kind of done in like a week. But then I just need to like fine tune it and whatever. Because yeah, there's this. I don't know if I'll include buoyancy in it or not. In like this update. Probably not. It's a bit out of scope, I guess, for this one in particular. But yeah, I just want to... That looks gross. Oh, big crasher. Yeah, so I need to do all the particle stuff still. So when the waves crash into distance fields, spawn a bunch of, you know, explodey particles. And also, when the waves crash into... Oh, I guess just when the water velocity hits something really steep, I need to zero the velocity out. So, like, for example, here, when the water goes into here, I mean, that would do... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. There's some stuff. There is some stuff that needs to be worked out. I mean, at the moment, it's like, you know, good enough. But the main thing is, yeah, like, that we get this kind of runoff and all that kind of shit. Hashtag good enough. Taking stat Naira. Not much. What's the stat? None. Stat GPU is 2 milliseconds. A lot of that would be coming from the probably the Gerstner waves shit. Like, if I just disabled this... No, not really. I don't know. It's probably just... Oh, actually, no, because I guess the Gerstner waves are getting done on a 128 by 128 thing. I guess a lot of it's probably coming from the water velocity, like the foam and shit. Yeah, there's definitely still a bit of, you know, a bit of stuff that needs doing. Let me just maximize this guy. You know what I could do? Make this smaller. And do more of them. More detail, you know? Let's also just chuck one in here. See what it does. Anything move to Super for some performance boost? No, so this is all running in a compute shader, which is already like, you know, as good as it gets, I guess. Okay, this is nice. At least it's, yeah, running off of the thing. Running in there. Looks decent. That all looks nice. Yeah, getting all this sexy runoff. I definitely think that... I mean, again, I don't know how it's going to look in, like, first person and shit. I mean, it's good enough. But yeah, the one-dimensionality... Oh, sorry, not one-dimensionality. The two-dimensionality is quite nice. Because, yeah, it actually looks like it's running along the surface. Whereas if it was, like, 3D mesh-based, then you kind of get some weird artifacting. That DDX, DDY. Normals are crazy. The other thing is, the waves aren't... Like, these waves are just moving in whatever direction they fucking want to. Which, like, here you can see, yeah, like, the foam comes on sideways, and then as the wave recedes, it, you know, trickles down the normals. But I do have a system where we can make waves go towards the shore versus the rest of the world waves. Although it does require double the amount of shader computation. But my idea is at some point, I don't know, again, if this is in scope for this update, but I want to do, like, yeah, tile-based ocean shit, which is, you know, it's like pre-subdivided, but uses LODs. LODs nuts. I don't know if that... Well, it should be. Maybe I just fucked them up. Let me go to... What's LOD mode? Mesh LOD. Okay, no, it does. It does. So that's... Okay, that could be way more aggressive. So yeah, doing like tile-based LODs. Nuts. Oh, how many fucking... Jesus Christ. And then... Because, like, the ones over here that are outside of the boundary of the RVT thing, they don't need to be running the shore wave code. And you could probably even argue past, like, the halfway point, it should be just the shoreline. So then these ones wouldn't have to run the deep ocean shader. And then when there's a river... My rivers have stopped moving. Classic. When there's a river entering an ocean, then those tiles use, you know, have those... So I'd have to, like, pre-compute some... You know, some versions of the global water shader, which is fine. I don't mind. There's only like I don't know how many permutations, but whatever. But yeah, it's nice because this is a... you can see the edge here. Where it's fading out really quick. But yeah, it's because it's a local simulation. It means that, like, we can go anywhere in the world. But it also means that, like, over here, it looks fucking trash. Although there would be some probably distance field based, like, masking that just close to the distance field beyond this point, it just does a really basic foam kind of bullshit. Because make foam the backside of that rock in the middle of the water faces the opposite way of the waves. Can you stop foam from that side? Do you mean like... What do you mean exactly, Bigums? Do you mean over here? The right side of the rock, so over here. Do you mean, like, dissipate the water over here, kinda? Just make it on that right side. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of hard to do that because the ocean isn't simulated. The ocean is like a, I guess you could say like a predetermined animation. So I can't really do anything about, like, here. Or, like, how the water behaves here. Because that's where you start getting into, like, fluid flux territory. You know, when you're talking about $300 US, not $35 US. Like this. Yeah, it would be. I mean, I can probably add some options for, like, you know, damping certain effects using stickers, like through RVTs. It doesn't like the boundary there. Also, Moz, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a little while. Hope everything's been all good. All guten. All gluten tag. Now I'm just saying made up words. Come the ocean, fire. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I definitely think being able to like manually damp the intensity of the waves at certain places is like a must. So we've got this, which changes the direction of the waves. Wow, the RVT loves that. So that can change the direction of the waves. We'd need something... Where the fuck is the character? Oh no, I'm not even in play, am I? We need something to change the intensity. Because, like, for example, like, we might want giga waves over here, but calm waves... Yeah, like, behind this... You know, like how... like at the beach, there's like, you know, big points, and those points damp the waves for some of the more, like, family beaches. That's a lot of foam. Yeah, you know what? I don't mind the I don't mind the two-dimensional flow at all. I think that's looks really like solid. And once this... Oh, that's a bit fucked. Once this has, like, particles and shit going everywhere, I think it'll look a lot... You know, imagine that, but there's, like, big fucking... Big explosion fucking particle-ass shit, you know? Yeah, I think that's what I'll work on next stream. Is doing the particle mask. But yeah, I don't know. I need to kind of figure out how to tie these together. Because yeah, the foam needs to move along with this oh, unless I advect the foam. So, like, we're applying velocity at the meeting point. So where this meets the surface. It's going backwards for some reason. Where are my RTs? So here's velocity, right? This is where we are, sitting on this dude. This is where flow is. And then this is where foam is generating. Yeah, because the velocity of the waves is like a fixed value, right? So maybe we can advect the foam by... Well, yeah, depending on whether it's here or on here. So lerp between the simulation velocity and the... what's this called again? You know, the predetermined velocity based on the surface, whether it's above or below surface, and advect the foam by that amount. That way, I can still do... Well, the ripples and the capillary waves, or, you know, the little waves, they can all be including material shader offsets. But then the foam can not do that. Because, yeah, the problem with having the foam be, you know, moved along with the WPO on top of the water. Because, like, that looks cool, right? That looks sick. And it's getting pulled back, and then it's going to get moved forward and whatever. But then the problem with that is that it doesn't line up with the shore water. Which, I don't know, maybe doesn't make much of a difference. Look at all those ripples. Do your parents know you deal with voodoo, black magic, forcing materials and Niagara systems to do stuff they're not supposed to? I don't know. All I know is that they're very proud of me. Does Unreal run on Linux? I think it can. Oh, you mean the engine? I don't know. I don't know. We shoot and come everywhere. Whoa. Windows going big time pooper? Yeah. Windows sucks fat ass. That much I know for certain. I'm still on Windows 10 at least. Imagine once I've done the blood stuff again, and you're like fighting someone on the beach, and all your blood's just going bleh, and then it's like washing down into the water and like diffusing through it, and the foam turns bloody. Dope. Gruesome. Disgusting. See, this looks nice. Water coming down, running off down here, running down here, out into the shit zone. What's it called? Water, not shit zone. We're having a Windows machine with the compiling, I can suppose. Yeah. Yeah. How large is that render target? Not very. Like, that far. 40 meters by 40 meters. And it's a 512 by 512 resolution. Let's see what it looks like. At an even lower res. Manager. Flow maps. Yeah, flow maps are dope. I made a video about flow maps if you want to get into them. Like how they work and all that kind of stuff. Alright, let's go half res. 256 by 256. So the water's going to look way less detailed. But it should still work decently. I mean, the ripples are a bit more bigger. Like the capillary ripples, but the velocity and stuff seems fine. I could probably get away with... I don't know. I mean, even here, it doesn't look too shit. Like, it still flows okay. Like, yeah, this is, like, pretty abysmal resolution. Look at that. But, I mean, that's the power of, like, contrast and height lerps and stuff. Like, something that low res can end up looking decent. Also, I think the foam needs to chill out a bit. The foam, so cursed. Flow map RG. Let's just get straight off there into there. Yeah, that's true. Why is there so much foam? Alright, we tried 256 by 256. Now let's go up to 1K. ultimate detail. It's lagging a bit. Yeah, and this is... Okay, so the foam... The foam... Something happens with the foam because of the simulation size. Honestly, I can't tell the fucking difference. I mean, like, I can with the ripples. Like, the circular ripples. But, like, everything else, no difference. Not worth it. Honestly, what's 256 times 1.5? 384. 384 might be okay. As like a performance mode. Not terrible. Yeah, that should be getting all the foam and washing it off the rock. But it's not, yeah, it's not actually advecting the foam at all. I mean, which it shouldn't. It should be kind of just going to and fro, but I don't know. Nuclear bomb. Nice. Okay, boss. Who's that? Hello, boy cat. Alright, my throat's starting to get sore. Hmm? Oh boy, you're good. Wanna hop up? Yeah. Boy cat. Come here. What's wrong? You gotta sneeze. Yeah, you hopping up? Hop up. Such a grumpy cat. Flows aside from the rocks. It does. It does. That's what I've been doing. Oh, that's a big wave. Okay, that's a lot of it's a lot of foam. Yeah, why is there more foam at lower resolutions, I wonder? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually that's a good point, because the bigger cell size means that when I add foam... No, that shouldn't be it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's an odd one. Why does that go so, like, nuts? Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, like I guess if I was adding it in 2 cells before at something, now I'm adding it at 1 big cell, which is 4 cells worth. So yeah, maybe I should divide it by the cell size. What did I want to... Right, I wanted to see what happens if I put our water flow divergence applicator up. This will make it like way more, I guess detailed maybe is a way to put it. Is that puddles on or puddles off? Three reasons why well phones figure around so much on short. It's just happening. I could make it fade out quicker, but I'm just dicking around at the moment. Yeah, I think if there's foam on the water, I want it to like splat itself onto the rocks and run off. So I think that means that yeah, the foam has to thingamajig. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Yeah, not like... Because, yeah, this is more like... It's supposed to be more like bubbles. Like, within the water and on the surface. Not like the kind of foam that, you know, that you can, like, pick up in your hands. Like, yeah, this is a bit extreme. Let's go back up to our regular resolution. No FOMO? True. So we could make the foam disappear quicker. Like this. Yeah, not too bad. Probably needs to stick it around a little bit longer. But yeah, this will, because it's multiplicative, like inverse multiplicative, it will, the smaller amount of foam will fade out slower than the higher amount of foam. So it ends up kind of leveling itself out in a nice way. So the increase the simulated area. Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Also an artistic aspect to it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Simulation size world space. Let's double the area. Although the thing is that the simulation area is the same for all the simulations. But yeah, I think the waves might... Oh, no, they do line up properly. But yeah, now it's like double the length. So I guess if you were doing a first-person game where you can actually look out at the horizon, you might want to do it like this. I don't know, the only thing that needs, like, detail is the footprint. Like, the snow and footprints stuff. The rest of it can be quite low detail. Like the wind simulation, deform simulation, all that stuff. I wonder, actually, did I program in the wind drawing to the other stuff? Wind, sim, setup, deform, these nuts. Whip and then nay. Actually, no, don't need that one. Surface sim, fuck it. Paint sim, don't worry about. This is me blowing. Okay, yeah, I can. The wind does draw to the water sim. Try any VR gaming? I haven't. We swooshing? Whoa. It's a bit extreme. Try and blow all the foam off the shore. Interlinked. Interlinked. Where are my little let's do something funny. Foliage. This guy. I think these should... Wait, where are these? I can't fucking tell. Oh god. I think these should read from the water velocity. Oh, maybe they only read from the ripple. Oh no, they do read from the water velocity. These ones are a bit fucked up. Come on, come on. No, I want to see him eat shit. Right, let's like do it. Is that... Why is this gone negative? Alright. Hold on. Let's go... demo... example... I think it's an explainer mat, isn't it? Single large bush WPO example. I have an issue with root motion. When I know root motion, the character is still moving, and under the character appears a black line in viewport. A black line in viewport. You try to do 6 days, nothing's working. See lots of tutorials. Try different animation from Mixamo animation sample. A black line. I'm not sure. I am really not sure. What are they? That has to be the... What are they reading from that's causing them to do that? The fuck? Dunno. Well, what I was gonna say is, oh, that's the global wind input. Oh, is it maybe something in the global wind doing that? Let's go sample water. I'm like 90% sure there's no water in here. No results found. Okay. No, oh shit, I didn't mean to get rid of that. Let's just get the water velocity. Divide by big number and just add that in here. Arrow dotted line. That's odd. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Yeah, now we're talking. Why? Oh my god. So fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Why would there be plants here, you know? Why would there be plants here? To be fair, they could be like seaweed thingers, right? Yeah. I don't know why these ones are going so skits. There must be something that I'm drawing to the render target that isn't supposed to be there. Alright, well, I'm pretty happy with how this is going. Yeah, there's a few things to, like, fuck around with, but proof of concept. Proof of concept, it technically works. Technically. It's funny. They're just getting absolutely pummeled. I think I will need to draw the WPO velocity to the water velocity as like an additive, because like there's the local, you know, water simulation. Not this, well, there's that, but also this. You know, like all this shit. Which is then masked. Well, it's getting applied at the intersection points. Also, let me go back down to the usual simulation distance. Just 20 meters instead of 80. Sorry. Yeah, 20 meter radius instead of 40 meter radius. I think what I might do as well is put together like a proper test level or like demo level that actually like has proper materials and shit, rather than this like fucking grey box shit that I've been doing. I mean, I'll keep this in here. The little demo thing. But I think I might put together like a more like level designed level that has like, you know, flowing rivers, ocean, foliage and stuff in like normal places, and then maybe put some like some little, like, exclamation points around with, you know, like, little typey bullshit. To be like, oh yeah, this is doing X, Y, Z, and whatever. Was there this water sim and some add-ons I've seen? It's cheaper. It's cheaper. It's integrated with a bunch of other simulations. So like the wind simulation, you can see I'm blowing wind across here. So you could do like explosions, and the explosions will just, you know what? Let me just do it. Let me get the periodic exploder. Just chuck one in the water. Performance-wise? Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. I meant performance-wise. Alright, when are we getting the exploder? Okay, that wasn't very... Is there a strength here? Strength 15. Duration 0.6. Radius 300. Let's go. Okay, there we go. So, you can just explode things, and it will, you know. You know, it just handles it. Like, for example, that explosion, if I put that exploder over here, then it will do everything, you know? Yeah, like, it literally just works. Like, it will do the foliage, it'll do the water, all that kind of shit. Because it's all just, like, interlinked. Interlinked. But yeah, this is running pretty high. This is like the maximum settings that I'd recommend. And it's only 2 milliseconds all up. So like of a 16 millisecond GPU budget, this all takes up like, I don't know. What's 2 divided by 16? Some amount. Plop boats in the water, it's going to look sick as they sail by default. I want to set up a buoyancy system to integrate with it all. Technically, there's no buoyancy right now. 2/16. Yeah, fucking smart. But yeah, and there are some optimizations that I'm still yet to make that will do potentially it'll cost like a third as much. I mean, there's a couple of optimizations. The first one is flip-flopping all the simulations. So doing the water on one frame, then doing the wind and the foliage interaction the next frame. And then the blood, which I don't have turned on right now. The blood and paint simulation. You know, would be on a third frame or something. And so, you know, doing it like, yeah, one there, one there, one there would make it cost a third as much, but it would be, it would look stuttery, right? But you can then, as long as it's okay with being 3 frames behind, you can get the new state, so simulate forward, and then lerp from the previous one to that one. So, like, you know, what's 3 frames of water responsiveness? Like, who fucking cares? And so that would make it cost, you know, a third as much. And then the other optimization is that currently Currently, we move the simulation around every frame. So, like, here's our water surface, for example. So when I move around, it moves with us. But we're doing that every single frame. And that means that, you know, if I want to get the landscape height from the RVT, I'm sampling that every frame. I'm sampling the RVT every single frame and, you know, using that to do, you know, the water running off and the waves and shit and the character, like knowing whether they're touching the ground or not is through RVT. So what I could do, I think this is what AK does in Fluid Ninja, is only update it, you know, when you go to about this amount. So I'd move, it would stay still, I'd move this, and then it would snap to the new position. Which you wouldn't notice any of that. Because it's just, you know, it's just whatever. But then what I could do is offset everything. Because currently we've got heaps of data that we're moving around every frame. We're essentially like, you know, like getting and setting most variables every frame. Which actually does add up over like the, you know, fucking 6 simulations that we're doing. So if I could do that only when we move some certain amount, and if all of the simulations, like little quantized steps, were all offset, so that it would only ever offset one of the simulations a maximum of 1 per frame. So like on this frame, the water would offset and resample only this row where, you know, all the new data needs to be. And then, you know, I move a bit further, then the deform simulation moves over. And then I move a bit further, and then the wind simulation moves over, and all that kind of stuff. So those are the two big... Or, like, those two would be the main overhead. Like, that would reduce the upfront overhead. And so would the, yeah, doing like a cycle of, you know, update the water, then update the deform, then update the wind, and run them around in a loop, and just lerp between, you know, do like a temporal blurring. Looks kind of cool. Yeah, fuck, it adds a lot of, like, dynamicness to the scene. Like, I don't know. It's pretty cool. Pretty dope Pope dope. Someone was asking, does this work with a different ocean system? It should. Let me I was going to combine this with an ocean plugin I currently use. It would be hard to get away. This is uses Niagara also. So the The only thing you'd need to do, that you'd need to change, is you would have to... Whatever algorithm that ocean uses for its waves, you essentially need to make a render target of that. Or, like, you have to put that logic in Niagara. Which maybe it's already doing with, like, fast Fourier transform. But yeah, because like this Fourier transform. So like this ocean isn't simulated. This is just a WPO, you know, shader, kind of like a predetermined animation. But then we replicate that predetermined animation in a grid, which is what this bullshit is here. Then we can use that to compare against an RVT height map. And that's where we know, oh yeah, like this is intersecting with the shoreline or these things. So then we add velocity. So I have this like flow, surface flow, like water sim happening. Which like this is simulating light drizzle or heavy rain. So if I just like move up here, then it will like, you know, accumulate rain and whatever. And then it will just start, you know, start slurping water down. What was I doing again? Something about water. Right. Okay, so there's this one here, which is like a very shallow surface flow sim. But then we draw the intersecting WPO thing. We get it to draw some additional... That's not even the right fucking one. That's the... Where's the fucking... The water velocity. Here it is. Right, that was the wetness, not the... thingo. So yeah, this is the foam. The foam stuff. And then this is the velocity here. So you can see, you know, water's dripping down here. And then where this intersects with the landscape, we add its velocity to the simulation. And that's how we get, you know, the kind of flow and then it recedes. Small lake, the player had terraforming tools. Would love to make the lake bigger. No. So this is a completely fake water sim. If you look at ones like Fluid Ninja or Fluid Flux, they simulate water bodies, but I'm just doing a completely two-dimensional surface flow, which is, you know, way cheaper. But yeah, like purely kind of visual and whatnot. What happens if I make the waves way more chill? Like, does it actually become more chill? Except for this fucking explosion. It keeps happening. It's like over here. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Nice and gentle. And obviously all this rain flow shit. Don't fucking... Oh, the fucking controls keep breaking. Fuck. Inverted waves. The velocity's backwards. It's funny. One other thing I really want to do with this is tides. You know? So to shift the whole simulation left when the player moves right, you could not shift anything, instead steal pixels from right side to represent the new leftwards leading edge. Pac-Man level sampling method. I don't know if I follow. Oh, see how the water would spawn to like a tower bridge or something, crumbling and falling in. True. So that'll be a part of doing the Niagara data interfaces. So if you could get like particles drawing to the simulations. Because at the moment, I can't do that. Because I'm too dumb. But one day, maybe. So cursed. Does that change the... Okay, no, that's fine. Looks great. Pew, pew. You want to add data on one end, shift over. Instead, just start adding to the other end and keep track of where the edge index is. Yeah, I getcha, I getcha. That's something I do... Where do I do that? I can't remember. So this looks so fucking dumb. Why is it doing that? Store the velocity in a single channel. No. Oh, you could store the speed in a single channel. So the length of the velocity, but not the velocity itself. I mean, There's technically ways to do it, but Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen it done where... I think it was in the Unified Interactive Water System plugin, where none of the values get offset, but it's just like the sample center moves. But it ends up doing stuff like a ripple. If it reaches the edge of the simulation, it then wraps around the other side. Which I'm not a huge fan of. So I think offsetting it, I don't know, might just be the easiest way to go. Rather than, yeah, like... I get what you mean. I guess the only problem is that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to go about rebasing a grid 2D, because it's like a pretty hard-coded data interface. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Right, anyway, I think I'm going to wrap up in a sec, but tomorrow or the next day... What's tomorrow? Sunday. I might take the day off. Next time I stream, we're going to do the particles. We're going to do the splash particles. So our goal is to get our render target. This one here. And then we're going to use it, because it has the height, the absolute height. We're going to sample distance fields in Niagara at the height of the water with the velocity of the water, and where there's a really high dot product, meaning that this wave is crashing against something really steep, we go, we just fucking explode the shit out of some particles, which should look dope. And then I also think I want to do that with, like, when waves crash against something, I need to apply a backward velocity so that it creates, like, a high-pressure system. So, yeah, that should be quite cool. But yeah, the key is that, like, you know, it's just chaotic. Like, you can't tell where the, you know, the predetermined animation starts and where the simulation ends. Which I think is kind of nice. I definitely need to do the velocity from the waves into here as well, so that, yeah, the ocean stuff can actually, or, like, you know, ocean foliage can be driven around by it. Oh, there's also one other thing I need to do, which is dampen the velocity that's going up a surface. Because I dampen the velocity... Oh, sorry. I limit the normals to go, like, to a certain angle. While it's, like, going down, like, flowing down. Because when you look at a really steep angle from above... A really steep surface, sorry... Because it's a 2D top-down projected simulation, when you move from one cell to the other on a steep surface, you're actually covering way, way, way more distance. So according to the simulation, these water drips think that they're on, like, a 45-degree angle. But the same goes for the other way. So, like, when I shoot water up here. It just goes up way too fucking high. So I need to dampen velocity that's going up, but only past 45 degrees. Because it just looks dumb as fuck. So yeah, that's another thing to do, like that. You know. Yeah, pretty happy, pretty happy. Oh, hello. Where did that come from? Oh, is that like... no? Here. Right, and because that's underneath it. That's so cursed. It's like making it up the thing. Yeah, it's nice that it all drains properly, and I don't know. It's fucking sick. Sick as fuck. And it can be all yours for only $34.99. Whoa, cheap. Cheap as fuck. Maybe I should up the price. Oh, you know what I should do? Is tell everyone that the price is gonna go up with this update. So you need to get it sooner rather than later, you know? Maybe I'll go up by like $10. Enterprise versus hiring a programmer? Yeah, literally. I think it's because, like, let's say you put 100 hours into something. And, like, what's 100 hours times? I don't know. 50. What's 50/100? 50/100. 5,000? Is that it? 5,000. Fuck. Yeah, it's like one person could hire someone for $5,000 to do, you know, something. Or one person could spend 100 hours making a plugin and then make, I don't know, a lot more than that, let's say. $1,000 hours of programming for 600. Yeah, exactly. Pay for exclusivity in that case. That's true. That's true. I don't know. I'm not too fussed about money. Although I do need to buy a house soon. So maybe I should up the price. I don't know. Buy these nuts in a house. House these nuts. DLCs. True. Yeah, maybe I should do like... but you can't do... You can't do plugins that have non-engine prerequisite plugins on the marketplace. Dependencies, that's it, that's it. Oh, look, my rivers are sort of in here. Hey, look, it's the old water. Still works somehow. Oh, what's happening here when I move? What's that coming from? I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe $20 extra after the update would be fine. Also, I feel sorry for you guys. You have to deal with my fucking terrible upload speed with all these like noisy textures and stuff. Fuck, that's the other thing I need to do is, the rivers. The rivers is a whole fucking thing. Oh god, where? Am I falling? No. Where am I? Ah, I see. Look at this mess. Anyway, my throat fucking hurts so bad. But yeah, rivers. I still don't know how I want to do rivers. Because I can actually save on like heaps of shader cost for the rivers by letting the simulation do a lot of it. And then I only have to do rivers, you know, doing all the distance field and the flow map modification shit outside of the simulation range. So it doesn't have to be as detailed. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone for vibing out. Let me get the raid happening. Who are we raiding? Who do you guys want to raid? Could raid Cavino? Oh good, oh good. I've been enjoying streaming as much as I have. I streamed 3 times this week. Whoa. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Let's make it 8 days next week. I need to edit that video as well. I'm so bad at like doing like I go to edit a video and all I can think of is like flow direction, the dot product of the surface normals and the water velocity and it like doesn't make sense. You know, like, you know when you're dreaming and like there's just some real fucked up shit happening, but it all makes sense? But it doesn't make logical sense? That's kind of like what happens to me when I'm like, when I do like when I was doing like that weather system, it was all like, that's all I could. Not that I was thinking about it, but like that was the format of my thinking. You know? I guess it's kind of like synesthesia, where people, like, smell colors and shit. But it's like autism programmesthesia, where you're, like, so zoned in on doing some real bullshit. And then it's like... Yeah, the context, where it's like... You approach, like, you know, oh, I want to go and, like, eat some fucking Doritos. But for some reason, you're still thinking in, like, shaders and shit. I don't know. It makes no fucking sense. I'm way too tired. It's 7 a.m. The sun's nearly up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys know what I'm saying? I just like, why can't my hair just stay fucking messy? I want to be like crazy shader man. Why can't I just have fucking aliens? Why am I out of focus? I swear. There we go. Anyway, good sesh. Particles next time. Ow. Particles next time. And then... Yeah, just fucking... I don't know. It looks good. It looks good. Who do we... Oh, hello. What? Come here. You're here. Up. Up and up. Oh, my big... Oh. Comfy? Butt away. My butt. Butt is bad. Where are you going? Huh? Where are you going, little chicken? Mm-hmm. You're good. You're a good girl. Oh, sorry, I shocked you. Static electricity. Yo, static electricity simulation when? Oh, she's stepping on all the shit. Excuse me. No, I don't want to listen to Lobos. No. Move. You're so good. Let's go outside, alright? Let's get you outside. Sit. No, off keyboard. I'll get you. Sit. Sit. Sitting. Thank you. Where's this one? Oh, there's another... I didn't realize Girl Cat's just sitting right here. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Yeah. You want to go outside? Hold on. Is the honey? And there's another one. See? Wait, can't you want to say hello? Hold on. Boy cat just like, I don't know. He just fucking hates lady cat for some reason. I don't know. He's just a fuckhead. Boy cat's just a little shit. Could you guys hear him yowling? Fucking menace. All right, let's raid out. Let's raid out. What were we doing? Cavino. Wait, no, what? Did Cavino just end? He did. Oh fuck. Who am I supposed to raid? Who are we raiding? Let's go someone in software and game development using Unreal Engine. Oh, Elemental Legion is on. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, how do I, where's the fucking, the thing? Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Stream manager. What are you looking at? All right. Sorry, I waffle on, don't I? I'm such a waffler. Where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wrap up now, and then it's like fucking 2 hours later. And I'm like, oh, my voice is really sore, I should wrap up. And then like 2 hours later, I'm still... I don't know. Anyway, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.